President of the United States, look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other person. I just spoke at Dartmouth on health care at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP? Yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TPP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to just foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330. 30330 or 303330. Or VOO. Wait. You got it. It's on the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of in terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30. 1/30. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case, you worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number of uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. President Trump and the demagogues around the world. Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London and speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting. I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists.
This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare.
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. We have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law.
But I never thought that I'd see what I saw at Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school. Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be real. I got something to do. I got to go boom, boom, boom. If we just were to reinstitute the CAFE standards. And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't press going to say I'm downgrading if I call him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Brock and I talked about in the beginning.
Couldn't get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault. I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an excellent threat to this. It's not hypothetical.
We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that?
I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point:
the conservative columnist, and they say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." So have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO,
the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity.
Stop trying to keep your workers organized.
About all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts,
we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before.
I mean, they're not bad votes, folks. But guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. There's things that are worth dealing with China.
What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president.
High-quality options. The public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable. Not the end in themselves. Mischaracterizes my position across the board.
Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you.
You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1,640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained?
We choose truth over facts.
You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but an example. We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, of fashion and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, or the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, they should. Anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. You know, well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We can speak out and be more straightforward. Senator Joe, I mean, but I mean, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, that prevents money from getting to NGOs. In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's an invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as the second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of every 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion. It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. You know, they also got that last year. And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class, and having heard, the estimates are as many as 4 million more words spoken. You know, the next thing we got to do here along the line to report people's dignity, restore it. The most powerful military, not hyperbole, most powerful military in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole. Which we as a society talk about one another. The way we've always, look. My wife, who is a teacher, she's teaching now. She's back in the classroom at a community college where she teaches in Northern Virginia. Things changed. You had over 40 kids shot in Kent State on a beautiful lawn by the National Guard. There are a whole lot of things, and guess what?
For most of the people at the time, people of color, for women.
Farm ownership and cooperating loan and operating loan. I remember sometimes when my dad was restless, my mom would say, because our rooms are next to one another, I'd say, the next morning, what's wrong? She said, your dad can't sleep. He's just staring at the ceiling thinking, what happens? We have to start rewarding work, not just wealth. The first speech stood up. the chancellor, the former chancellor.
Hello, everybody. We're back. How are you all doing? Hold on. This is tilted slightly. That's better, I think. This is a warm color, yeah. Yeah, brown is warm, right? This is, I guess it's mustard. I don't fucking know. People have such, look, you stick to the, like, basic 8 or whatever. That's not the basic colors, but, like, the most simple group of colors, not the primary colors, and that's it. None of this, like, mustard color, it's brown. It's brown. Chelsea Manning replied to me on Twitter. What'd she say? Which post? Was it the Lib posting one? How's everyone doing? We're back. Or the soy face thing. We're back. Doing okay. That's a lot of posting point. I swear to God, like, in the betting system, does it increase? Hey Chelsea, how's it going? Oh, you mean like in the chat? Yeah, I swear to God, does the betting system like increase the total amount of posting points, or does it keep it at a similar amount? Anyways, brown isn't a real color. I guess that's true. White, gray, black, blue, red, green, yellow, purple, orange, brown, pink. Yeah, that's good. That's good. All the primary colors that language permits. None of that extra shit. Too complicated. Don't like it. 0 out of 10. So I believe, is there a Trump rally going on, or did he? Oh no, he's doing that later. Oh. Oh yeah, Omega Live. Yes, so true. Yeah, this is hilarious. The whatever godforsaken beast I created through the tune me of my like a soy face. It's very funny. Um yeah, what has gone on in the last 2 days? So I'm a little bit late. I was doing a new podcast episode. Maybe I'll try to keep up the pace of like one a week. I don't know if I can cuz it's a lot of writing. But it's on science and Marxism. Is Marxism a science? What does that mean, etc. And it's also about Zizek and the Capitol Hill incident. I shoehorn that into it, so it's like a clickbait sort of, Anyways, when is the rally? The rally is tomorrow. It's hilarious because it's at the Alamo. The symbolic meaning is quite important. Wrong Alamo. The Alamo isn't in Texas. But that's, anyways, I have a little fucking pimple there, which is annoying. I think that's because I haven't slept enough. I'm just rambling at this point. I also have a podcast if you want to go listen to that, and then the premium episodes are $2 a month, all that shit. If you give me money on Patreon, I get more of the percentage than if you give me it on Twitch. Patreon takes less of a cut. But anyways, oh yeah, there's a couple videos I haven't finished.
Hi.
Oh, did you update the playlist? Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Okay. It's sort of a podcast. It's honestly more of like just like a philosophy thing. I think it being a podcast is less embarrassing than it being like BreadTube, because it's basically like an audio essay. Yeah, Alamo Landscaping. Yeah. Okay, we can start with this. Not even a show. Very funny. You should go follow them on YouTube and on Twitch. No Prank Radio, etc. They do prank call stuff, and it's very good.
Hi, and welcome to the Tom Gully Show, unless you can't quite hear me yet, because sometimes it takes a few seconds to get on the line for reasons I have no idea, because that one got on immediately. This whole thing, it's too much anarchy in the United States right now. There's phone anarchy.
So true.
There's the inability to get breakfast sandwiches. I tried to get a breakfast sandwich this morning. I couldn't get one. Doggone it. Why is it taking so long? I've got it.
Oh, also, Jacobin was fucking right for once. Like, absolutely correct take. And of course, it's the one take people are mad about. Riot at Capitol Hill on Wednesday. And also, I honestly haven't read it. I'm just going off of this, so maybe it's different. But this is correct. The riot at the Capitol Hill was a symptom of right-wing weakness, not power. The real danger isn't a mega coup, but a restoration of the neoliberal status quo that produced the nightmare of Trump and his minions. That's absolutely correct. That's the primary threat. Because, and this is great because it highlights how, like, there won't be a civil war. But then also that, like, you know, right-wing violence still exists and is still a problem. But where does that right-wing violence come from? Which system, which social sphere is it produced by? The same social sphere that, like, is emboldened if there is, like, let's say, an anti-sedition act that's passed, etc. That seems absolutely correct. You know, this is seen by the fact that there were, like, literally fucking cops in the protest, etc. Anyways, so yeah.
An 817.
Are you gonna let me talk, or what? Are you gonna say hello?
I didn't know you were there.
Hey, it's Murky. Tom, it's Murky calling.
Hey, Murky.
Remember, it's Murky calling.
Hey,
yeah.
Murky, how are you?
I'm doing the I know you're a fan. I'm doing the cold open for the Not Even a show.
But again, I will say also, just a final point for that other thing. It's funny to see, like, MAGA people on no-fly lists. Like that guy who was, like, crying at the airport being like, they're calling me a terrorist. This isn't fair. That's very funny. And fuck that guy. That's hilarious. That's very funny. I'm allowed to enjoy that, but then also be like, okay, well, the direction this is leading is not particularly good. Remember kids eat ass and read Nick Land? Yeah, I guess I can
All cops are
support
bad
that.
cops.
Earlier Nick Land, not the newer stuff. When he went right wing, don't read any of that. Jake Schmay, thank you for the 11 months.
Moment. If you've been watching, you know I've had quite the streak, 10 for 10.
The cop who died was a QAnoner? We think so. Travis View found his parlor and saw that he followed a bunch of Q people but didn't post anything. And we know he's a Trump supporter, so probably a Q person.
Thought, you know, I'll
or
give
Q
myself
adjacent.
a little bit of a softball this week and call one of our old friends, fan of the show, to get a let's start the show going. Because, Tom, it is chaos right now. I am calling you at the time that the Capitol building is being stormed. It is chaos, and I think America and the...
Oh, shit, I forgot. There was a couple... Elman, thank you for the 3 months. The Coal Mine, thank you for the 2 months. The Coal Mine, thank you for a gift sub. I think that's it. Algorithmically, thank you for the 10 months. Swordsman Razgriz, thank you for the 11 months. Okay, yeah, sorry. Because sometimes people sub in the beginning and I can't. Like,
let's start the show. Can you do it?
Were the fascists in Canada? Someone asked.
Start the show.
Did you see there was literally Stop the Steal marches and rallies in Montreal and Ontario.
Oh.
TOS.
Oh, yeah, Tommy. You love it, baby. We love you. I'll see you soon. I'll talk to you soon. I'll pass on my best to Chris and the Fat Master and Terry and the boys. Bye.
Bye.
Tom is great.
Sorry if you thought
is Q big in Canada? Q is international. Q is worldwide. I don't think I can. Is that TOS? If you want to listen to the very funny music sketches that Chris does, which are actually very highly produced, you should go listen to the thing on YouTube. Because I always encourage that.
But what if I were to say this? Hey, Bart. That's right, everybody. It's me, Dan Castellaneta. I always have so much trouble saying my last name. I'm the voice of Homer Simpson.
I don't like bagged milk.
And I'm here.
This is common misconception. Bagged milk is not a Canadian thing. It's an Ontario thing.
For
and I
what's it called?
Didn't grow up in Ontario.
NAS Saturday nights. I wasn't going to do it, but then they offered me a lot of dough I didn't write that joke. They wrote that for me, but I really, really liked it a lot. And we have a wonderful episode for you this week as there's calls to Marjorie Taylor Greene, Todd
Bags milk, yeah.
Starnes, Ed Till, and the Flat Earth
It's
Society.
more convenient, I will
First,
say.
though, Lauren
But I don't
Boebert
like
is
it.
a
I'm not used to it.
particularly insane politician
So
who
is Bobbert? What's the situation with her? Because I know she literally called for people to like go to the protests and like vaguely called for even violence at them.
who's recently vowed to bring her Glock into Congress. That's why we called
Like,
her
is
as
she in a rough spot right now?
pro-gun group. You get to give it a listen now. Check it out.
Rated red, bad human being.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, Lauren.
I love the like face app animation.
Hi, Michael Farrar here with Responsible Gun Owners of America.
Michael Farrar with
First
Responsible
off, just
Gun
want to
Owners.
say thank you so
Oh, no,
much.
no. I'm in a meeting. I'm so happy to hear from you, but I'm in an important meeting.
Could I
thought
call?
this was something.
Is there a
sorry.
better time to speak with you?
She was telling protesters where Pelosi
Are you
was,
wanting
right?
money or is this a
No,
congressional thing?
no. By no means am I wanting money whatsoever. I wanted to say that I applaud you for standing up for the right to carry a firearm. I would love to one day see you with that firearm in Congress and just pull it out just like your husband pulled out his thing in front of those underage girls.
Was that a thing? Oh, what? Uh-oh.
Speaking of absolutely insane congresswomen, Marjorie Taylor
That's very
Greene is one of the only people in Congress who
Wait, he got both of them.
openly has supported the Q conspiracy, and it's needless to say that she has some of the absolute dumbest supporters on the planet, and that's why she got a call from one of them on her cell phone. It's Booch. Check it out.
Bad/culpable.
Hello?
Hi, Marjorie. It's Butch.
Hi, Butch. How are you doing?
I was doing good. I was voting for you. I want to say congratulations for you to be winning and be seating in the Congress. Very well done, Marjorie. Thank you so much for fighting for all of us.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just think Donald Trump is win or Donald Trump is lose.
Well, we'll be objecting on the 6th, but I thank you for your call.
Object on
We're
this
getting ready to fly out
on the 6th.
on
You
the
fly.
6th, but I'm call-
You're flying out on the 6th.
not flying down right now. So thank you so much for your call. We're
It's
headed to Dalton to
It's Butch.
Loves to talk, but he don't know much. He's your favorite caller, and his name is Butch.
It's Butch.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Butch. I voted for you.
Yeah, thank you.
great,
I appreciate
great.
it. Thank you, Butch.
It's so funny, like, that she is used to talking to her supporters like they are children.
Okay, you go and fly down on the 6th?
No, I'm flying down right now. I'm on the plane, so I've got to get going.
I'm
but
on the
thank
plane.
You so much.
So
Okay.
I'm on the so I have to go. They're telling me, the plane people. They're telling me I gotta leave. I gotta
Go on
hang
the
up.
plane now. Bye.
Bye.
What's with these schools? They're winning seats.
This is a great cover, but I have to.
Call snap,
I
but then
can't
he
listen to it.
banned Roy
I can't listen to it for more than 5 seconds, or it's a DMCA.
from calling in, and then he hasn't been on the channel since. Well, we decided to check in with him and just ask him about Roy and just watch him go off. Let's check it out.
Everything's fine with Airtel.
Oh, this guy is great. He's just.
Jack, welcome.
Hey, Ed. It's surprising to me that you're still so afraid of Roy, you absolute coward.
Oh, here we go. He got in on you, Lurch. Lurch has been texting me. You know, I don't care about Roy. I know Roy amuses himself. But poor
Oh yeah, shout out. Great taste in microphones, Ed. Big respect for that.
Lurch, you made him miserable. You should be happy.
Which is
Something
the
bad will
cost
happen
screener, he
to you.
hates his job.
He's been holding the line the whole show. He texted me before, Roy's flooding the show. There, and it's very abusive to these people at work. So you should consider them. I don't think you're going to land anything on me. What would you like
Well, yeah, he doesn't have a pop filter.
to say to me now that I'm listening?
Well, Roy isn't scared. Why are you scared? Is it his big muscles?
Oh boy! Wow, that's you are hurting for things to say, huh? You didn't prep this call at all. I guess you thought you weren't going to get through.
We
now
got
that you're
exactly
there,
what we
are we
wanted.
choking? I mean, you got the whole spotlight. I'm listening. What do you got? All right, listen. You and Roy work on your presentation. I think you should, if you want to freelance it, at least jot a few notes down. Try to get some bullet points that once you get on a roll and you
This
get
guy-
the microphone and you get
I like to think that also this is so funny. I love how they add this. They need to add this more, the 6 viewers.
the spot, you can do something with it. Muscles is,
A 6 viewer Andy.
I don't know, you'll work on it. My guess is if you work a little harder on this, you're going to get somewhere with it. And to think we stopped a beautiful conversation we were having. This guy, Roy, has been
All cops are bad
terrorizing
cops.
this phone
Call me
bank. I
old-fashioned,
think we're
but I
coming
was
up on a
raised to
one-year
serve my
anniversary for
queen.
Roy.
Clean
He
for
floods
her.
the phones.
Cook for
He
her, and
ties
everything
up
I
the
do
phones.
is for her.
He gets
And if she
whoever that
cheats,
guy was.
that
That was
is on
either
me.
Roy or Roy's
She caught me
nephew.
slipping, and I
looped
will
the whole thing.
apologize and do better.
Taco Casual, thank you for the year.
And I feel terrible because I used to be a call screener. Back in the 70s, I used to screen 2 shows back to back at night. We're going to get something that stops their
reveals a
phone
lot
number.
about
It'll
Ed.
identify it. Won't put the call through. But until then, they make your life miserable sitting there because, you got a show and you can see we love talking to Arnie, Bob, and
Are you trans, male to female, or otherwise? I don't really get into politics.
Pensacola, Randy.
It's a touchy.
He's going to be one of our co-hosts.
They cancel
Lori,
culture,
our
you know.
beautiful Lori, her great voice. We got all these conversations we enjoy. So they get off on. This is like their little thing. I stopped it. He was having a great show. I got in. I stopped it.
Everything's fine.
That's really funny.
I was like,
I'd like to imagine that this isn't like a result of
All
his
cops
like
are bad cops.
a result of some like stimulants in his nervous system, but like just how he is.
we did that too. We should do this to Bob.
Canola oil.
Graham.
Thank you for the 8
we
months.
were good at this, Roy. We had all kinds of ruses and scams and things.
Yeah, we had all kinds of Nate Russes.
If you can up your game, you might have a shot. You never know.
Or is
It's a
it
new
Nate
millennium.
Roos? How do you pronounce his
mean,
name?
The impact that you're going to have doing this may not be the same as years ago.
Am I
It may not be such a
pronouncing
big
Nate? I'm
deal
sorry.
that you could crash into a talk show and be a fake caller or be a setup a crank. They used to call it a crank caller, right?
There was a secret Trump supporter page from Idaho. Absolutely, there are 2 levels of it. Like I'm secretly a CIA agent, a lib CIA agent in
All
Langley.
cops are bad
But
cops.
then secretly, I'm actually a Trump supporter who hates the deep state, who lives in Idaho. Wild Rumpus, thank you for the 5 months.
Till he goes and snaps on you.
Oh man! But you say to yourself,
He's still gone.
honestly, I used to think the same thing when I
Were you born male or female? Neither.
was working the phone bank. You think to yourself, what kind of lives do these people have? Like this is what they're doing. Like this is it. This is the highlight of the day. So you say, well, all right, it is kind of pathetic, but if they get years ago there was a word, they get a charge out of it.
A signed day
They get
political
such a
word.
kick out of hearing, hey, Roy and
I was born a
Roy's
patriot.
muscles are trying to. They get a kick, a charge.
Todd Starnes recently added video to his shitty radio show, and so he's going to get some more calls from us in the future. Oh, and another thing to remember, an important thing to remember is that some people say he likes to drink piss. Anyways, check it out.
Kelly Comey, thank you for the year. Steel Wheel Club, thank you for the 2 months.
All cops are bad cops.
Oh shit, okay. Should I interrupt this with a hype train? We love to see it, folks. If you have a Twitch Prime and you haven't used it yet, make sure to use it on me. If you have an Amazon Prime, you can connect it to your Twitch. Or it's a Prime Gaming now, is what it's called. Yeah, we have 27 T1 emotes. They're all great. We have the lizard. It's all pain and suffering, baby. That's not the next 5 minutes. That's the whole stream. You love to see it. We love the lizard, don't we?
All cops are bad cops.
Are you I'm imperceptible. Do not perceive me. Lennon is daddy. Thank you for the 4 months. Feral Butch, thank you for the 2 months. Yes, if you tier 3 sub,
all cops are bad
you get
cops.
the golden lizard.
I had to sub.
Absolutely worth it. Elman Butt, thank you for the 100 bits. And then also what? If it's 1,000 bits, and then you get the copy emote. Oh shit, Desrin, thank you for the gift sub. Teal Tadpole, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Hona Jonas, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you so much. Liv Buggy, thank you for the 4 months. Siobhan, thank you for the 100 bits. We love to see it, folks. The Tumbleweed, thank you for the 2 months. Lizard song. Listen, the lizard song
all
is.
Cops are bad cops.
It's like I've listened to it so many times that it's a part of my consciousness now. Win, thank you for the 3 months. Skrilla Grilla, thank you for the 100 bits. It's like connected to my brain.
Are bad cops.
Oh boy.
It's not even like it's not even about being sick of it anymore. Like Charlie Aesthetic, thank you for your Bezos bucks. Like listening to it just makes it so that the song that is always going on in my head syncs up with what I'm hearing.
All cops are bad cops.
Chromosomes are a conspiracy. I mean, that's true. I've never actually tried to see what my chromosomes are. Whether it's actually, or, you know.
All cops
Pill
are
Pearl, thank you for the 2-1. There's a lot of, there are situations I know where, like, I know in, like, there's some story of, like, in the 70s, in the Olympics, they would, like, test women of their chromosomes. And they found that, like, a lot of cis women have XY chromosomes, or like a few of them do, and they're like, otherwise they did not know they
all
like
cops are bad cops.
Posting vote.
You know, outside of this, they're perceived as entirely cis women. Limit says, thank you for the 2 months. Functioning, you know, female reproductive system, etc. And they just have XY chromosomes. Ultimate irony, of course, of the people who are like, oh well, sex is just like gender, is that the inevitable conclusion of that would be that gender is a spectrum, because that's how sex works. If you want to, you know, read a biology journal, whether they're talking about the sex of human beings or even like non-human animals, there isn't like in like very simple, like, you know, single-celled organisms, not even single-celled because they don't have sex, but like there is very rarely a situation in which there are just 2 binary sexes in terms of a non-human animal even, and for humans it's not the case.
No, I am this type of a
Shrimp Fried
guy.
Dizzy, thank you for the gift sub. I know that there is a position that like the existence of intersex people makes the cis trans sort of dichotomy actually misleading, which is true. Sexual, thank you for the 500 bits. I think the reason it's still used is just like there's like a very apparent social reality that it combines with or fits alongside of. That even if that social reality is complicated and not exactly how many people perceive it as. Anyways, 27 Tioni emotes if you like to compete. Well, the caster Samanya, I'm pronouncing that wrong, I think is a different situation, which also relates. Jorb, thank you for 100 bits. The census results? Where's the link for the census results? How do I... That'd be interesting to see. Original Cow, thank you for 3 months. It's exclamation point vote, right? What's the command for the... Did you just send me the rap genius for God, Syria, and Bashar? Okay. Let's look at this. While the hype train is going on. Is the music too loud? Oh, sorry. Honestly, that's fine. It can be loud. Empress.
My name and spelled it wrong. KKW.
I was gonna say, is that Empress Evelyn? Thank you for 1,000 bits. So it's mainly 2024, 25, 30 plus, 16 to 19. He, him, they, them, she, her. Yeah, okay. I guess this isn't too much of a surprise. North America, Europe, America, Canada, UK, communist, anarchist, socialist, SOCDEM, lib. Wait, what was? Sure, just shattered. Yeah. Cis, trans. Okay, that makes sense. Mainly white. That's also not a surprise. Mainly atheistic. Okay, that's not a surprise. Maya, thank you for gifting Streamlabs a gift sub. Although I think I can do that myself. There's like a couple permanent subs I can give out, I think. Why are my viewers so old? It's so funny that that's old for Twitch. Like, yeah, I'm sure if you look at like XQC's viewers, they're like 7 or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if that's like similar to like Hassan's viewers. I liked it how we found you. It's Twitch and Twitter mainly. Okay, 3 minutes left if you would like to contribute. You can still vote in the census. It's still going on. I sounded extensive polling? Oh, cool. Well, he did that for sponsors. That's why it was extensive. I'm just doing it because I want to see. You should always stay in line to vote. There's always something to vote for, to stay in line for. There's always something. Is the big white boy live? I don't think so. Did I do a clickbait? Is that rally isn't today, is it? I thought it was. Did a no growth, did a clickbait, predatory behavior from a streamer. You should, if you're in line to vote for the census, stay in line. There's a Cheeto who will eventually do a rally in the Alamo. Yeah, exactly. So true. Was he not gonna go? That's funny.
All cops are bad
Not all
cops.
of it. Thank you for the 3 months. A minute and a half left. We're just chilling, watching the lizard. Jeff
All
Tejik,
cops
thank you
are
for
bad
$3.
cops.
It's over. I've lost everything.
Sag.
I'm going to make a new Twitter account with the handle
Sag.
Not Jeff Todrick and become a reply guy for Joe Biden.
Sag.
I need this. The house is getting repossessed and Maria has finalized the alimony settlement.
Sag. Ace the Degenerate, thank you for the 500 bits. I think I made that joke.
In the census, I put my true faith in there.
You put your true faith? Oh shit. Is it Liv Postingism? Is that it? Emin Proof, thank you for 2 months. I think I made the joke somewhere. Unknown Merc, thank you for the gift sub. And Honey George, thank you for the gift sub. We love to see it, folks. Trump's Twitter account was like the boiler of the Overlook Hotel, which is Twitter. And Jeff Todrick is the caretaker. And so, as, you know, the boiler room, you know, the PSI got too high, it exploded. That's the end of Todrick, I guess. He requires the Overlook to continue existing. Base Chomsky, thank you for the gift sub. Okay, I think that's end of the hype train. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the gift subs. We love to see it, folks. Okay, back to this. A classic. I can link it again. If you do not know, not even a show, subscribe to them on YouTube.
Let's get a call in now. I want to go to Peter, who is a registered Democrat from Tennessee in Georgia. Hi, Peter. What's going on?
Yeah, I told your screener I'm a former Tennessee boy myself, and I heard about your show, so I figured I'd call in, but I'm living over in Georgia now, up in Alpharetta. I already voted in early voting, and I was just hoping you'd be up for a fair and
is there a
civil
new
debate
PogChamp?
on the subject
Is this gonna be like a revolving door thing?
campaigning and fundraising with someone who respectfully, falls on the other side of the political aisle.
Well,
Changes every day.
What are we debating, Peter?
Well, I guess my first question is, do you really drink pee?
All right, there you go.
Get him.
You got to love these Democrats.
Classic
they try
Democrat
to,
move.
They lie to our call screeners to get
Is
on
nothing
the air.
sacred for the Democratic Party.
And then they try to get away with saying horrible things on our radio program, and we're just not going to allow that to happen. Here's shame on you, sir. That's probably not even the guy's real name. But that's how these leftists operate, and it's pretty pathetic. And again, one of the things that we do here on this program is we do enjoy debate. And we have a rule that anyone who disagrees with me, they go to the very top of the list.
Oh, is the new PogChamp guy getting canceled for saying that white lives don't matter?
But there you go.
Is that the new controversy?
You cannot debate these people. These people have no intention of wanting to coexist. They want to shut you up, and that's what they do, and it's pretty pathetic. Let's go to the phone. Savannah, Georgia. Beautiful city. That's the one that Sherman didn't get to.
Yeah, who cares? Who gives a shit?
By the way. Tim, Tim, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Todd. Thank you so much for having me in the air. I appreciate it.
Well, absolutely. So I understand, Tim, you went and voted today. How was turnout?
Yeah, I did. Well, I used to watch you on Fox News before you ate them urinal.
There we go. All right, Tim. We got.
Oh, is Todrick doing? Is Todrick trying to cash out? He knows that's. Friends and followers, can I ask you a favor? We're in the final days with some necessary funding over at Smirking Chimp, the politics website I publish. Incredible. I mean, big respect to Jeff.
Got you covered. We got.
He knows what's happening. Well, because he literally can't reply to Trump now that he's banned, right?
Grace is one of those days here on the Todd Stearns Radio Show, is it not? Just one of those days.
What will Jeff do? I don't know. The
People
rule is
not just
no, it's fine.
behave. He seemed totally normal. He just told me he voted today, And, he seemed excited and totally chipper. And he said his friends
The
listened to
prank
your
stars
show, and
come
he
quiet.
was excited. Never
You
called
see,
in.
that's the clue.
I guess.
That's the clue. You see, I can smell them. That's a very unpleasant odor. It's like the Occupy Wall Street days. You could smell those protesters about 4 blocks away in New York City. It's that mix of, body odor and patchouli.
Piss?
It's a
Ugh,
terrible
nasty.
thing. Yeah, marijuana smoke. It's not a pretty sight. But we're on to these people.
Yes.
It's the way
we
it
got a
happens.
whole team.
That's right.
We got a whole team of people. We're on
A
to ya.
whole team and a half. That's the end. We got an intern, too.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
He saw Butch earlier in the episode, but he made his name talking to his best friend over at the Flat Earth Society, Jamie Chapman. So let's check in on their conversation this week.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey!
Do you have a guess? Do you have a guess on who this is?
Who? Is this Carol?
Nice, Butch.
Butch, what's going on, man? How you doing, Butch? I thought this was Carol. You got me.
How did he think it was?
Funny, man. I love when we do our comedy.
You like that?
The sort of stuff when we gotta do the back and forth.
Yeah, that's great stuff, man.
That's good. What are you doing?
Not much. What you doing?
I'm just at home right now. Wife just went out for the grocery store. And what are you? I heard Trump is maybe his win now. That's good news.
Oh, it's gonna be great news, I think, man. It's gonna be.
We'll find out on Wednesday. They're
Hello,
supposed to be
Butch.
voting on it on Wednesday.
Wah, wah, wah.
Who's the voted? We vote on Wednesday.
Well, no. The electoral votes will be tabulated by Mike
The
Pence
electoral
on the
votes.
6th.
Mike Pence.
Gotcha. I looked up that electoral. I couldn't find anything for it on Google, but I guess I'll figure out more
All
about
cops
in the
are bad
library.
cops. Loves to talk, but he
Data
don't
love,
know
even.
much. He's your favorite caller, and his name is Butch.
I have a question for you. Do you mind if I'm asking you?
No, go ahead.
How do I gonna do a show like yours? If I want to do a show like yours, how do I got in on the network or do it on the video?
Go to Facebook Live on your profile. You
Oh,
should
of
have
course
the
he's streaming
option
on
to do a
Facebook.
live.
I wish they added the view account with all
Option
these.
live? On the live, okay.
On your phone, if you're doing it on your phone, when you go to your profile, it'll be your picture up in the left-hand corner. That's the way it is on my phone. Left-hand corner, it'll be a picture of you. And right up under that, it'll say live.
Top left corner of my phone say LG.
Okay. Well, come down a little bit. So you see that picture of you? If you're on Facebook, you got to go to the app, the Facebook app.
I gotta open my phone up. I gotta flip it open or what? Or no?
Well,
I
if
gotta
you got a
flip
flip
it
phone, You
open.
might want to update it.
Get you like a smartphone.
Yeah. Yeah, I like a good smartphone. Yeah.
Get you a
That'll be the
smartphone.
day.
There you go.
That'll be the day, Davey. I get a smartphone. Come on, man.
Come on,
Why
man.
you messing on me? Why you messing on me? Hey, he say I want to find the votes. We gonna help him on find the votes? 11,000.
Oh yeah, he's already told them where they could get 18,000 from the illegal shit Ruby did. That's 18 right there. That's all you really need.
Ruby Giuliani?
Loves to talk, but he don't know much. He's your favorite caller, and his name is Butch.
No, Ruby. Ruby, the lady at the State Farm Arena that
I know about that person.
run everybody out when they were
That's
counting
weird.
ballots and then went over and
Yeah, I
pulled
know
them.
exactly.
That's her,
Yeah,
Ruby.
Ruby Giuliani is.
No, not Ruby Giuliani. Ruby.
Yeah. Exactly.
They wrote that song about her. Remember that song?
Lawyer.
Ruby. Not Rudy. Ruby. Don't take those ballots down. Remember that song?
Yeah, I remember a lot of songs. You know my favorite song?
Which one's that?
Get your motor running.
Get it on the highway.
Stretching
This
on
isn't
the
even.
highway.
This. I think these are my favorite sections.
Stretching on the highway. I thought it was broke down on the highway. Get on the highway.
You do any lip kiss this week? Everybody always.
I don't do no lip kisses. I had a girl said that she had boobies that I could get rid of my migraines in earlier. She called and said she's supposed to be calling me after the show to set up an appointment.
Oh, good Lord.
That's what I'm talking about. Good Lord. Woo.
King.
I got a migraine. And I
King.
ain't even got a headache. I'm just
I have
gonna tell
no
her I got a
clue.
headache.
I'll tell you what, Jamie, if there's one thing I like, it's sex, for sure. I'll see you later. Bye.
If there's one thing I like, it's sex.
He likes sex.
All right, everybody, roll
Who
those
among
closing
us?
credits because that's the end. I'm Dan Casper.
Okay, go subscribe to Not Even a Show on YouTube. Classic. And go give them money on Patreon for a premium episode every week. $5 a month. Oh, is it a bonus call? Oh yes. Okay, we can watch.
Hello?
Hey, Rudy, what does trial by combat mean?
It means we do combat with the machines.
Are you
We
drunk?
go in there and we look at the machines.
Are you drunk?
If the machines
Is this
the
real?
machines are crooked,
Yeah.
they go to jail. If the machines aren't, we apologize.
No, this is fake, right?
Are you
How
drunk
come
right?
we can't look at the machines?
Are you drunk right now?
Of course I'm not drunk.
Oh,
No, this is
sorry.
fake.
Yeah,
Trial
just-
by combat means
This
you only conceal evidence if you're a criminal.
Okay. That's fair enough. Is it illegal to
Okay.
marry your cousin?
There's an excellent psychiatrist in Washington.
Yeah.
Or you could check into the psych ward. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
That's so funny. That's so fucking good. Okay, I go to give $5 a month, Not Even a Show on Patreon for an extra bonus episode from Chris. Very great. Very good stuff. Doing such good journalism. Yeah, that was fucking hilarious. That was really good. That ending bit.
The machines aren't, we apologize.
He's doing like Butt Larry and Jihad against the thinking
Are you
machines.
drunk
How come
right?
we can't look at the machines?
Are you drunk right now?
It's a little
course I'm
Dune
not drunk.
reference for all
Oh,
you,
sorry. Yeah.
all you
Trial by
Dune heads
combat
out there.
means you only conceal evidence if you're...
Yeah, that's very funny. Oh, you can watch this. Yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Dune is great. You should read that.
Thank you very much. Stop. I just wanted to begin by mentioning that we're becoming a drug-infested nation. Drugs are becoming cheaper than candy bars.
It's such a classic.
Candy bars.
Cheaper than candy bars.
Drug-infested candy bars. I am talking and really talking because many of our nation's reporters and folks will not tell you the truth. Honestly, the press has become so dishonest. Tomorrow they will say, Donald Trump rants and raves. Donald Trump rants and raves. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm just telling you. You know, you're
I will say, like, these are very funny, and we will be
dishonest people.
when he goes to jail, because I do think he's going to jail now. I used to have the opinion before January 6th that he wasn't,
The news
but
is
no,
fake
he's going to
because
jail.
so much of the news is fake. As you know, our administration inherited many problems. To be honest,
I think they're gonna lock his ass up.
I inherited a mess. It's a mess.
A waste.
A mess. A disaster, folks.
I inherited
It's
a mess.
A disaster.
I inherited a
I just want to
waste.
let you know. I inherited a mess. A mess. A mess. It's a mess. Chaos. A mess. Chaos. Beginning on day one, our administration went to work to tackle these challenges.
No, the him going to jail thing, I think that's gonna happen because like the point I was saying before was that he's not going to go to jail because, you know, trying him for like the Ukraine phone call or some shit. It's like there was a sort of a universal understanding that like every president is going to do some awful shit, and that like in their civilian life you don't charge them for it. I mean, George Bush faked a fucking war and killed millions of people as a result. You know, subsequently millions of people died in it. And he didn't face any charges. So what could Trump possibly have done that's worse than knowingly lying about the Iraq War? The one thing that's different, of course, is insurrection. Because the precedent of charging a president for quote unquote insurrection is like libs and even like, you know, those who would have to decide for him to be charged are totally fine with that precedent. They're totally comfortable with that, which is different than all of the other awful things that every other fucking president has done.
I've also worked to install a cabinet that will be one of the great cabinets ever assembled in American history. One of the great cabinets for decades and decades, folks.
Yeah, the position of I don't think they want to set the precedent is something I did agree with until like they could charge him for treason. Because that's a whole entirely different thing.
That I just say.
And you know, in terms morally speaking, it's not, to be clear, but for the position that they're in.
God bless America.
It's like the Pod Save John saying that like, you know, Trump calling for this rally on January 6th is like the worst thing a president has ever done. And it's like, no, it fucking isn't. It's not even a blip. It's not even a blip in terms of the mass human death caused by like the specific decisions made by a president. Not even like the mass human death baked into the system, but the difference caused by a presidential decision. It's not even a blip.
Okay, and let's take some.
But that's not. I'm not.
Aren't you concerned,
making
sir,
a
that
moral
you are
argument.
undermining the people's faith in the First Amendment, freedom of the press in this country, when you call stories you don't like fake news?
I see
Why
tone.
not?
You know the word tone. The tone is such hatred. I'm really not a bad person, by the way. But the tone is such hatred. The tone. You look at your show that goes on at 10 o'clock in the evening. You just take a look at that show. That is a constant hit. The panel is almost always exclusive anti-Trump.
He loves clout, folks.
I turn on the TV.
He literally
I watch
only
it.
cares about clout.
Cops are bad cops.
I'm amazed by it.
Runham,
The
thank you
tone
for
is
tier 1.
such hatred.
Again, Trump is the first Zoomer president. He loves the idea of people liking him in general. You know, Obama doesn't give a fuck about that, for instance, or another like traditional politician, so to speak. Obama cares about, you know, people in Ohio liking him when he gets elected. It's a practical sort of thing. For Trump, it isn't. I sincerely believe that.
You'd be a lot better off, I honestly do, by being different.
And Obama does like the idea of libs liking him, but he doesn't shape his political actions around it. Or he didn't shape his political actions around it. That's the difference, I guess.
Different. But I know what's good. I know what's bad. Sometimes something that should be very positive, they'll make okay. I don't mind bad stories. I can handle a bad story better than anybody. If you were straight and really told it like it is, I would be your biggest booster. I would be your biggest fan
Trump problematic for telling reporter that if he was straight, he would like him.
in the world. I mean, it's story after story after story after story after story after story after story is bad. I won. I guess it was the biggest electoral college.
Oh yeah, this is literally Gab telling people to read Evola. Damn.
Win since Ronald Reagan. The biggest.
So Gab is Parler
win
2.0?
since Ronald Reagan. So that's the way it goes.
You said today that you had the biggest electoral margin since Ronald Reagan with 304, 306.
electoral votes. In fact, President Obama got 365 and
Well, I'm talking about Republican.
President Obama 332 and George H.W. Bush 426 when he won as president. So why should Americans trust
Well, no, I was given that information. I don't know. I was just given. We had a very, very big margin.
I guess my question is, why should Americans trust you when you accuse the information they receive of being fake when you're providing information?
Well, I don't know. I was given that information. I've seen that information around.
Alex Jones anti-QAnon
I hope
song?
going forward we can
No.
be a little bit different and maybe get along a little bit
I saw his
better,
like
if that's
weird,
possible. Or
like,
maybe it's not.
his weird rant about it. Let's see. These are some good. Okay, let's continue.
Namaste. Namaste.
It's not just Shark Week. It's Shark Week.
I hope you're all going to join me. I'd like to put you on the rocket.
Okay, let's see how many of these I know. Which is funny, like he's doing the Trudeau thing when he went to India.
Namaste. Namaste.
It's not just Shark Week. It's Shark Week.
I hope you're all going to join me. I'd like to put you on the rocket and get rid of you for a while. And then I see the disinfectant. I said to my people, slow the testing down. Is there a way we can do something like that by injection?
I wanted to always play it down.
Something he allegedly told Bob Woodward.
It's on tape.
I'm not a doctor, but I'm like a
Allegedly
person that
told.
has a good, you know what.
This was such a funny video.
I was never involved in a model. At least this
I
kind
mean,
of a
so
model.
absurd.
I tested positively toward negative.
His, shall we say, weight group, morbidly obese.
It's a song called Despacito.
Oh, that was so great.
I'm figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black. All men and women created by.
You know the thing.
You know the thing. This is my little sister Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Postpone and get out of the range.
The president does read.
Person, woman, man, camera, TV. They say.
I'm glad they're including.
That's amazing. How did you do
including.
It's not the hardest task. It's a picture and it says, what's that? And it's an elephant.
No.
What metrics you will use to make that decision?
The metrics right here. Did you ever go to the faucet? You turn on the faucet to wash your hands, and then dunk, dunk. I'm actually, I guess, the chief law enforcement officer of the country. We've had a lot of very good results, and we had some.
Wait, what is that? What did that?
The chief law enforcement.
Pete, of course, looks uncomfortable here because you may think that it's because of the metaphorical weed thing. It's actually because he's sitting beside a black man.
Of the country. We've had a lot of very good results, and we had some results that perhaps aren't so good. I don't know.
What is that from?
Our very intelligent opinion. Rather quickly, maybe very quickly, and maybe slowly. Smart people know it. Stupid people may not know it. The numbers should skyrocket downward. The whole concept of the beach, it's a very interesting issue. So
the very concept of the
downward.
beach.
The whole concept of the beach, it's a very interesting issue. So we'll man it and woman it.
President Xi and the Chinese Communist
is correct.
That's true. He did predict. He
We'll
did.
man it and woman it.
President Xi and the Chinese
It is Xi. I guess he said she.
This corrupt, and really it's like corrupt. Swoop in, you know that sweeping tropical storm. Isaias, totalitarianism, tolerate, fresh vegetables, fatalities, Yosemite, plasma, pollute, Ulysses S. Grant, shifting production to Thailand, through phone,
Thailand,
through telephone, telephonically, as they say.
Watch television, see what people are saying.
We're the home of Microsoft and Silicon Valley and Microsoft.
Excuse me. You know, you're supposed to cough into your elbow.
We are fighting Satan himself.
No matter how hard you're working, there's always time to call mom.
Have you been watching television?
It is like rantings in.
I forgot about that.
To call mom.
Have you been watching television?
Watching television.
It is like rantings in Cran by some.
Because again, like this spectacle, it's very
somebody
entertaining to
having an
watch.
LSD trip. It's like they're coddling a 5-year-old whose pet turtle died. Like an obese turtle on his back.
Without TiVo, television is useless.
So true.
And I've been to France. It's beautiful. Croissant.
How much longer is this going to go on?
Enter your browser, enter Washington Post TikTok guy.
Are you watching? I want football.
Oh my God.
Was reluctantly
Fuck, I forgot
aroused. It
about
was
that.
hard to get it aroused, and it is hard to get it aroused, but we got it aroused.
You can kick
So
their balls,
true.
but you can't touch them.
The boyfriend is very nice.
Race of dolls. Carrie ass crack.
I don't talk about my ass.
You could be short. Why should he get a box to stand on?
Why? I take full responsibility.
We had somebody apply for unemployment for
Oh my god.
take
I
full
forgot about that
responsibility.
fucking video
We had
of Bloomberg. Like, this is how, like, the thing, after it, like, is assimilated a human being and attempting to be one, like, would interact with a dog.
somebody apply for unemployment for Tupac.
What the fuck? Like,
I take full responsibility.
We had somebody
like grabbing it
apply for
and just fucking
unemployment for Tupac Shakur here in Kentucky. We have a Kentuckian whose name is Tupac Shakur.
Will you shut up, man?
Just want to say hi, Bernie.
Yeah, good.
I don't know
Yeah,
if you
good.
remember
Okay.
about 15 years ago when one of your jet skis got sunk. That was me and one of my kids. I figured I'd fess up to it now.
No.
Wait, what is that?
That was me and one of my kids. I figured I'd fess up to it now.
No.
I have
Mr.
no
Vice
clue.
President, I'm speaking.
I have
I'm
to weigh
speaking.
in. This
Oh, the
happens with
classic.
Senator Rand all the time. Congressman Congressman Louis Gohmert.
What happened? What did I do? Ay.
Is that your Bible?
It's a Bible.
I've gone down for inspection.
It's bullshit.
Can follow the guidelines. Around.
Wow, bullshit. Son of a.
You just call me.
You're acting like one.
I kicked everybody's ass. Excuse me.
You changed attorneys.
I fired him in jail.
Michael.
You know, we're all playing a very complicated game of chess or poker, but it's not checkers.
That's wet. Victory, 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 victory.
How many fingers will I got up? A single witness.
Doing ballots like this.
They want to take your Second Amendment away. You'll have nobody guarding your potatoes. Suburban
Yeah,
women,
Rudy
would
was
you
good.
please like me? Bikers for Trump. A lot of tattoos. I love them.
You feel you've got the momentum?
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Mommy,
The light goes out.
Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Where were we?
The best is yet to come.
Uh-oh. I got a pen mark. No. What's your problem? I like to obey the law. I cannot tell a lie. This man is crazy. People don't want that. They like a person like me that's not mean. Okay, I'll see you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious in a terrifying way, I guess. But yeah, watching it, it's fun to watch, I guess. I guess that's sort of what I'm doing here. End of a chapter. Yeah, it's basically the end of the chapter. I think people are still stuck up on the previous chapter. The previous episode to the sitcom, which was about like how the far right threat is about to overthrow the government and do a coup, which is that the new one is about like this sort of neoliberal technocratic centrist domination and its negative effects. And then next episode after that is going to be another one about the far right threat. Dutch bank dropped Trump. He's really getting dropped by everyone. What is that like his personal or Deutsche Bank? People pronounce it Dutch in English, okay? Listen.
All cops are bad cops.
Feedback system. Thank you for Jeff Bezos bucks. Deutsche. Listen, I'm speaking English, okay? I can pronounce things wrong. It's my God-given right as an Anglo. Nothing says taking back Britain than having your sandwiches confiscated at the Dutch border. Welcome to Brexit. What even happened?
Good morning, sir. Want Engeland is nu een derde land voor Nederland. En daardoor zijn er bepaalde restricties van goederen die je wel... You're no longer allowed to take certain foods to van goederen die je wel niet mee mag nemen. Since Brexit, you're no longer allowed to take certain foods to Europe, like meats, fruits, vegetables, fishes, those kinds of stuff.
Rien de Ruiter.
Damn. Crazy stuff. Anti-German sentiment is not tolerable. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, look, they They call the Pennsylvania Dutch are not Dutch. They're German. It's just they pronounce Deutsche Dutch. He asked if they could keep the bread, and they said no. Damn. Yeah, Brexit is communism, no food. Says a lot about our society. We can watch a bit of Kush Vlog as well. There's a new one.
I hear mariachi static on my radio, and the coons they glow in the
I can link it as well.
But I'm here with her in Ensenada.
Is Trump charged and in prison? You can't be in prison for treason. You're just removed. But I think Trump being charged for treason and going to jail is a very likely option, especially because it's the funniest option.
And here in Echo Park.
Yeah, this is streamed on Chapo Trap House on Twitch and uploaded on their YouTube if you want to watch them. I won't watch all of it, so you have some to watch yourself.
And I'm all slung out on heroin in the outskirts of town.
Oh, also, I'm loving the Tune Me's. Great stuff. This is a great one. This is really good. Great. This says a lot about our society.
I'm sitting here playing solitaire with my product, practicing self-care during this whole coup situation where the government is being overthrown by the its fascist base, if you want to believe that. And I hope with a couple days and a little bit of thought, people have calmed down a little bit, reflected. They've seen Trump go on TV and say, "I didn't mean it. I was kidding. I was kidding." Now, of course, that doesn't mean that political violence is over. It doesn't mean that Q or the Trump base or anything like that are going to be mollified. I would say that stochastic political violence is going to be a pretty much permanent feature of, at the very least, the Biden presidency, and maybe just a new feature of American political life, like endemic diseases are now.
Yeah.
And of course, some of that will be just the native energies of these people who still cannot reconcile themselves to political adulthood, I guess you'd say, and the ones that are going to be ginned up and supported and carried out on behalf of the government as part of their sensuous little game of domestic gladio that they like to play. Their little dabble in...
I do like the years of lead analogy. Or actually, I think I was telling Chelsea this yesterday or 2 days ago, that it more represents like the violence in relation to Reconstruction and the response by like the planter class and the racist white Southerners to the end of the Civil War, as opposed to representing the violence that started the Civil War, insofar as it's not a coherent political body that can rise up and overthrow the American state structure.
In exacerbating threats.
Meaning that, like, outside of this stochastic violence, what the American state structure will do is either ignore this group of people or integrate them into the system as a voter group to be micro-targeted to.
In order to justify draconian crackdowns. But I will say that what we're seeing right now, the beginning of, like, we're starting to see big-time charges being filed on some of these guys who they found and they've tracked down who were in the Capitol.
Prayers up for the Q
They're
shaman.
already talking about how there's going to be live ammo in the guns of the National Guardsmen on Inauguration Day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The male fist of the state is coming out in order to assert authority. Now, that doesn't mean these people are going to listen. They have every reason to believe that this thing is going to work out for them, because at the end of it, fundamentally, they believe in America. They believe, to a religious extent, in the United States and its political project.
Yeah.
That's why they believe. That's why they have to believe such a convoluted insanity and have to have such paranoid politics, because it's the only way to square the circle of living in this country, experiencing it the way that we do. The nightmare.
I swear to fucking God, I told people. I mean, maybe this is not. I told people like 2 days ago, like, this is it's the end of Trump as a threat, meaningfully to the system. You could have maybe claimed in like December that he was going to do a coup, that he was going to try to overthrow the election results, and then maybe claimed, although I said you shouldn't, that in January 6th there was going to be an explicit overthrow. But like, it is solidified that Biden is the next president. That's going to happen. Period. Do not worry about Biden. Worry about Biden. That's what you should be worrying about primarily. I guess I don't know if this take goes against that, because there still could be violence. Like, I'm not. CNN is buying the cover story. Town is named San Antonio. Remember the Alamo? Yeah, it's named after the Alamo. The implication here is that ICE is gonna do like a border patrol station nearby. What is the implication? Used to following illegal orders. They were doing so for 4 years. It's a paranoid. I'm sorry. I keep being right about this. I think this is way too paranoid. Yeah, of course. I mean, the ultimate irony of the symbolic thing around Trump doing stuff at the Alamo is that he's not remembering the Alamo, as in he's not remembering what actually happened at the Alamo. Yeah, I don't. And the question of like, well, don't worry about it is like, well, what does that actually mean practically? Which is still to say that ICE is a threat. And that if at all possible, we should prevent this stochastic fascistic violence. But that Trump isn't going to spearhead a coup. I'm sorry. I don't. This is not going to happen. I mean, we saw. I thought that Trump's like pseudo concession speech would like solidify this, and I guess for his base it didn't. His base was like, Trump betrayed us right after the concession speech, and then they all forgot about it because they don't want to remember it. They want to erase that from their collective memory. The fact that Trump explicitly threw his base under the bus, just explicitly did so, and is clearly the thing that Trump is worried about the most right now is like, I guess, deplatforming, and then people not liking him, as he's always worried about, and then not going to jail. Not being, impeached or charged as a result of quote unquote insurrection. Trump isn't like, well, now we're gonna ramp up the insurrection. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but and admittedly, on it, like, the implication that I'm wrong would have, like, if I don't know if that's particularly harmful, even if I'm incorrect, because like, yeah, is anyone here listening who is like, yes, I would have participated in the counter coup, but then I'd listen to Liv posting? That's too many words. That's too many words, Bonwinter. It says on the thing, maximum of 20 words. I'll read a bit of it. I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's... I'm not going to read that out. No. -50, bitch. I'm supposed to be marshaling the troops. Yeah, that's true. He called the class low class. Yeah. Or he called the crowd low class. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely not rooting that. He totally fucking ditched them. So...
misery and
I mean, yeah, people think that the concession speech was a deep fake and all that shit, but like, a lot of people don't. I think a lot of people understand that
cops are bad cops.
Thank you for priming me
and
Seth. Thank you
humiliation
for the
that
5
it is,
months.
but that it is also everything that we are.
He had the same take that like a couple like left, like, you know, contrarian left people had, which was like, oh, you should take the side of the lower class movement. Look, it says on the thing. It says on the read a quote. Maximum of 20 words allowed on the quote. It says right there, them's the rules.
Psychically supposed to believe it is, and these people are the people who believe that shit.
Yeah, the implication being that the people who literally fucking flew out from wherever they were living and had enough money to buy a hotel for a couple days to participate, literally just because Trump said that they need that he needed them. They said, like, yes, I can not work for a couple days, buy 2 plane tickets and a hotel. Like, they're supposed to be like the proletariat.
All cops are bad cops.
Keith Sunder sketchbook. Thank you for the 2-1. Should have taken the L. Yeah, I mean, he could have if Trump did something different in the last couple months, even if implying that like the election was rigged or whatever, he definitely could have been like, and that's why he wanted to do like the $2,000 a month checks, because he wanted to be remembered, which is ironic considering like I think he had a pretty clear path forward to be remembered by a significant portion of the American population as like a cool president, but he fucked that up too
because they have never been.
Although who knows, maybe he still
for
will.
them not to. They have never been confronted with the state as such, telling them no. In fact, the entirety of the political reality of the last 40 years has been managing the ego, basically, of this segment of the population, by which I mean broadly the middle tier of white.
Oh yeah. Of course the Q shaman is vegan. Which, not to insult vegans, but to insult a very particular type of vegan.
Americans, income-wise, and like in relationship to capitalism. Not just the small petty bourgeois, plenty of workers, like the whole fucking argument about, oh, everybody at the Capitol was a small business tyrant. And actually, no, they were sons of the soil. Obviously, it was both. Obviously. There's no way they were all boat ownership dealers. A good deal of them were. But there's no way they were all like horny-handed sons of fucking toil either. They were a mixture, because we're talking about people who identify not by their fucking class, because nobody does that in this fucking country. Of course, they're not fucking self-consciously working class or fucking.
I don't know. I think maybe some of the locals who showed up were probably, but I think a large percentage of those who flew in or even drove in.
The whole point of America is to
probably
make those categories
bourgeois,
not something that people live with. They live with other categories: racial, nationalist, geographic, and that's
not even based upon their political affiliation, but based on the capacity to do that.
People
right?
carry with them. And
what locals? Were there no locals?
In the 1970s, the United States was
okay. Then they were totally all. The crowd was not from DC. Yeah. Then yeah. No. I think they were very minimal. If that's the case, very minimal. People who weren't small business tyrants.
We all got, one way or another, the Howard Beale speech. The one that, not the one he yells at everybody, but the one he gets from Ned Beatty. I've read it on the stream before. You have meddled with the cosmic forces of nature, Mr. Beale. There are no nations. There is no West. There's
only Union speech.
Carbide and AT&T and AT&T. That's, everybody got that message in the 70s, in front of closed doors. Now, in the political realm, what that ended up meaning is you had the Democratic and the Republican parties both dealing with this new reality. Okay, the whole point of American politics, which had been since the New Deal about distributing the gains of America's industrial economy, will now be changed. The game done changed. There's going to be no more spoils to give out. If we're going to maintain profit, it's going to be at the expense of work. And at the expense, honestly, not just of workers, but of these small business people. Because, yes, a lot of these people in Washington are small business people. Does that mean that their small businesses are doing well? Do you think it's likely that they're incredibly successful? Some of them are. But I guarantee you a lot of them, including the pool cleaning business, pool supply company lady who voted for Obama, by the way, who got murked by the Secret Service. She had a pool owner.
You know she's poly. Did you guys find she's bisexual and poly? So it's sort of problematic of Trump to abandon her.
Pool supply company. How much was she in debt, though? How much is everybody who is not at the very commanding heights of capital or has some sort of
That's true. There is like a certain sense in which we have to readjust class analysis, and not like Marx's idea of class can still be applied in the contemporary context, just like slightly altered. Because every year some poli-sci undergrad is like, I'm going to reinvent class. And it's like, there's a reason why, like, that's a bad idea. Or that doesn't make sense. That you should stick with the literature that previously exists on it. What was I going to say? But there is a certain sense that, like, what was that statistic? That 40% of people in America are, like, one paycheck away from homelessness? 30%?
Culturally attractive job that allows them to be independent from like the sheer exploitative machinery. How fucking comfortable are any of them? Even these small business
based on
tyrants
posting
who
points.
are
That's true.
precarious.
I'm sure all the people who showed up at the rally had a lot of posting points.
And you can say that they don't deserve to feel that angry. They don't deserve to be that outraged because, hey, everybody else is doing worse. Nobody else. I'm not living anybody else's life. Nobody lives anybody's life but their own. And relative fucking
40% are 2 paychecks away.
Every feeling is relative. So the precarity that goes up and down through American society and has since the 70s, I'm sorry, even bad, naughty small business owners are going to feel it. Maybe they don't deserve to feel it. Maybe they shouldn't be so babyish about it. But that doesn't do anything to them. That doesn't convince them. They didn't go through the ideological car wash to like unpack their fucking knapsack of privilege and say, and say thanks for all the luck they have and then not try to make the world better. They believe in America because when we all got that message in the 70s, oh yeah, no, this is over. America as you thought of it, this land of opportunity, that's over with.
I think we watched Century of the Self
Everyone
on
is going to
stream.
become
It's good.
A thrall, and we have to because your
cops are
day
bad
having
cops.
a say in this is over.
Echo
as working
420,
people,
thank you
as
for Jeff Bezos'
non-capital
bucks.
holders. So what are we going to do about it? Well, the people who make up now almost the entirety of the Democrats, college-educated, professional whites, and African Americans, basically. You know, there's other groups in there, but those are the two big groups that make up the significant portion of the Democrat, and young people, of course, the younger generation, but largely sorted by college, either the older, wealthier ones, the ones who made sure Biden was the nominee, or the younger, poorer ones. They all went to college, and then you've got African Americans. And then you've got these racial groups that we treat.
And you could probably make the analysis following, like, I guess, the Chrisman sort of idea that the large black support for Democrats is like a vestigial element of a political system in which parties appeal to people's material interests. Insofar as, like, the real world of class and material interests is at some level, even if it's subconscious, even if it's articulated in a different way, apparent to those who are the most precarious in society and potentially oppressed and experience violence, etc. And that, like, to those people, the lesser of two evils is like some sort of difference.
Like they're black, but aren't, because the experience of race in America is warped because we have black people in this country, and that relationship is different than the relationship between any other ethnic minority and the United States. It just is. And trying to tack them together, that's one of the reasons so many liberals are baffled by all these working class minorities voting for Trump. So those two groups of people, African Americans and college-educated whites, the reason that they have essentially acceded to this condition of steady immiseration is twofold. Because it wasn't just telling people, yeah, no, that's over. Being able to just have a decent middle-class life with any job you can find. No, that's over with. That's gone. That was okay for college-educated whites because the new world we were going to get was going to be a knowledge economy, where the fact that you went to college and the fact that you learned all this stuff and the fact that you learned the vocabulary is going to give you a chance to survive and, in fact, thrive. You can still get a house. All those Atari Democrats who represented the 70s suburban explosion, they represented people who could still realistically get the American dream because they were part of the knowledge economy. And ever since then, those people, those Democrats, those people who line up with the Democrats, have done so on the assumption that, well, yeah, things are bad in this country, but honestly, more than anything, it's because of these backward-ass other white people, the ones who couldn't get with the program. Their racism and revanchism are why we can't have nice things. Even though the reason is because the drivetrain of like working class pressure on the political economy was disengaged. And so now it's just an intercapital battle. There's no working people involved in any way. It's pure, that seat at the table that existed and that set the table for post-war social democracy in the United States and to a greater degree in Europe, that's gone. So now we just have this culture battle. But that's okay if you're college educated because you could still get a job. Now, the younger ones of that, they're moving into a world disabused of that notion. That's why a lot of them are Bernie supporters. That's why a lot of them call themselves socialists, because they have a more sophisticated critique of why things are the way they are than the lumpen reactionary. But when it push comes to shove, they're going to pick the Democrats because that's the only game in town. So whether they are coerced by a belief that adhering to these rules and adhering to democratic norms and the Democratic Party's social agenda, social gospel, will be good for them materially, or that it's just good on its own, like they've been convinced, they have been ideologically car-washed beyond the point of personal self-interest. Either way, they have accommodated themselves to this order. African Americans, they were the leadership and political strata were just bought into the Democratic Party mechanisms, and then everybody else had the
both Trudon and QAnon Anonymous have referred to the 6th as human sacrifice.
Unfucking gloved fist of the state smash onto them.
I still there was just a QA episode that dropped that I still need to listen to. That's basically covering the event, you know, the protest or whatever. I still need to listen to it. I haven't gotten around to it yet. But yeah, the human sacrifice analogy, I guess, works. And there is this sort of weird fetishism to the whole event and how mainstream politics has reacted to it as well. With, you know, Nancy Pelosi referring to them as like, you know, destroying or like harming the temple of democracy. The sort of this peculiar value that comes out of nothing, related to the Capitol Hill and its symbolic importance, is seen on both sides.
That's where you get the drug war. That's where you get a zero tolerance policy to say, hey, no fucking no. You know how there was that brief period when it looked like we might open the doors to post-war prosperity to you? Yeah, no, that's over. But don't you fucking get any ideas about it. We killed all the fucking Panthers. We killed Martin Luther King. We will kill you. And if you try to fucking make $1 outside of this new order, like drugs or something, it's going to be an excuse for us to throw all of you in prison and then put our fucking dumbass grad student kids into your fucking houses. And that left the broad swath of white Americans who did not go to college.
Wait, is Parler getting charged for all of the data breaches? We can talk about that too. I'll go over that too. Go over that right now. I mean, this is so like if it isn't a honeypot, which I probably don't think it is, it's such incredible incompetence in relation to Parler and who hosted Parler that it's basically a honeypot. I can read this out. A group of developers latched onto the press release that Twilio put out midnight. Reveals which servers Parler was using. Turns out it was all the security authentics registered to a user. So basically when they were putting... This is fake? Why is it fake? Well, people have the fucking data. What's the accurate position? People uploaded pics of their. You need to upload a pic of your driver's license or whatever
All cops are bad cops.
to get
I
like
want
the
QAnon
verified
to go
user.
away. I love people who support the spreading of that idea.
Bunky Brewster, thank you for the $10. Q ain't going away. I will say it's like Benghazi. The general info is correct. Oh, okay. Well, I don't give a shit then. The technicalities I don't even understand. That doesn't matter. Basically, they got full access with like metadata and all of like all the photos uploaded to Parler ever, and you know, and the FBI has access to this too. So like for like no fly lists, for instance, the people who were like, "Yep, I'm showing up." They are also going to be Donk Enpy was the one who did like figured it out, right? Initially. Or you know, one of the people who did. I'm sure the FBI figured it out independently. All Parler basically all Parler user data is being downloaded as we speak, which is really funny, I will say. Metadata gold mine. Yeah, literally from photos, and I don't even know if I'll show this. I mean, I guess Mike got banned for like a week for less than this. But you can see like the latitude and longitude and GPS position of a photo. Like that metadata is saved onto every fucking photo posted on Parler, and you can access it. You can, of course, you know, if you take a photo from your camera, it'll have metadata on it. And this is to be clear, I'm an idiot, so maybe this isn't true. If you like screenshot the photo, it removes the metadata, for instance. But I'm sure most of the people who fucking go on Parler do not. Here we go. Is this correct? Parler endpoint, so you put an integer and it will turn it to post image video. Twitter user listing all contents. The Twitter account pointing out since two-factor, anyone can create an original and spam Parler. Original Twitter user creating a script to automate creating accounts. So they created a bunch of admin accounts, right? Dumb Parler user endpoint gives you information from any user, not just yourself. First few hundred admin accounts. Yeah. I mean, it's so bad. It's such a fucking violation of like privacy, etc. Just based on pure fucking incompetence. Gab also has shit security. Incredible. When I click gab.com on its Twitter account page, it just logs me into some random idiot's accounts. 9 + 8 Patriot with the Q. Oh, that's really funny. I will say. I mean, who fucking knows? The contrarian take here is to also say that like they're gonna do this shit to left-wing people eventually. Which maybe they will. Not this shit. I'm sure whichever leftist makes a leftist version of Twitter is not going to be a grifter and incompetent. What's this? Gab. This is the front page of Gab. Storming the Capitol was a source-funded operation of Antifa infiltrators. Incredible. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this shit will happen to left-wing stuff eventually. Not much you can do about it. You're literally powerless because it's up to corporations, and you have no control of those corporations. You mean Amy Teresa?
All cops are bad cops.
I
And
like
Red
the new
Scare?
stream schedule.
Vindrim, thank you for the 7 months. We left. Yeah, there's a new schedule. I'm glad you like it. It's to better deal with because QAA streams are the other days that I stream, so I don't stream like a shit ton in one day, and I can actually prepare for them because I like help curate them. Which I also stream. I believe it's Tuesdays and Thursdays on the QAnon Anonymous. Fuck. Shout out. QAnon
Became the first trans woman in the anarchist commune to start working as a wealthy business executive. Can I get a W?
We love to see it, Shrimp Fried Dizzy. Thank you for the 300 bits. We love to see it. More trans women business execs. That's what I've always been saying. We love to see it. Which again, like I have like the most reactionary social class under small business tyrant, which is podcaster / Twitch streamer. So I cannot judge anyone for their job.
College and explicitly rejected the whole deal for idiosyncratic ideological reasons or whatever. Those people, the successful ones, were the ones who created the post-war conservatism. Like, they saw the deal and they spit the bit. They said, no, we're too psychotically devoted to these jets.
Oh, sorry. We'll go back to Kush in a sec. I really do want to read this. So the technical clown shoes for Parler. CTO is career, so mostly system admin, DevOps. Blair's not unreasonable CTO choice. On Parler itself, Blair gives us a little more info. Technical fire extinguisher infrastructure. Everyone has their flaws. Parler needs an infrastructure architect. People to know about things like how databases work. Parler has a significant outage, significant enough that it's called out performance. Called it individually in this article about Parler's performance. Oh, is this too technical? Every notification is stored with a unique ID. I have no clue about this. I'm stupid. Their primary data store is relational. They put integer PKs on everything. They didn't realize the PKs limited the size of the tables. When it fell over, only one person could fix it, Blair, and he was asleep. Is Parler just run by like 3 guys? So basically, they're just... CTO is an infrastructure specialist. It's okay. Well, that's funny. That's funny.
Estonian notions of freedom, because
ran by the Three
programmed that way.
Stooges.
And now, though, like it's increasing. It's more and more people who aren't successful, even though the Republican Party has only benefited the wealthy. Because the Republican Party is the only counter-articulation to the neoliberal status quo. And the actual point of conflict is the one that's been the same since the dawn of the Republic, which is the conflict between finance capital, which is the overawing and at the end of the day, governing form of capital in this country and in the world, and locally, regionally bound resource capital,
small business
extraction
shit.
industries, and then all accompanying like local economic activity where you have local stakeholders who emerge. And that's been the war since the fucking dawn of the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans.
The war doesn't play itself out between the parties though.
And at every point,
Republicans need finance capital
that power source,
as much
the
as
American
Democrats
local
do.
baronry basically has been bought off. And that local and one way that the working class in general has been bought off is that they essentially, for the white ones after World War II, gave an entrepot to that broad barony, that broad American like regional capital barony. You could get, even if you worked at a factory, you could get a little lot with a fucking yard. You could be a little lord. You could be a lord of your own land, even if you weren't a landlord of any other kind, and even if you worked for a living. And so when that 70s reality check hit, Carter shows up and says, I'm going to explain to all these people in a nice, quiet voice why we can't have nice things anymore. And they're going to understand, yes, it's good for us
Both
to want
parties
the
to
soul
finance
of America to
capital.
be nourished and not our bodies.
Oh, and then these people are what's left of the local capital, right?
But we
Okay.
need to be, you know.
Which is why they hated, why they turned in the Republican Party too.
virtuous and blah, blah, blah. Reagan was there to say, hey, moron, idiots, you just tell them that everything's going to be fine because you're going to cut taxes. You say, yes, things are going to get worse, but it's because the government is standing in the way of you and total economic self-actualization. And that's what they've been selling that story for 40 years, and it has bought them a fucking treasure trove of neoliberal reforms.
I guess one of the interesting ways you can see it is this sort of pseudo-revolution that goes on within capital, which is the emergence and the increased dominance of finance capital over this sort of smaller scale, smaller capitalist firms related to like extraction and the general structure of lower scale businesses, and the displacement of that sort of local capital is seen in these sort of and that's what's always been the fascist base fundamentally. You see this in Bavaria in the 1920s with the National Socialist Party. It was the petty bourgeois that were primarily joining the Nazi Party. It almost reminds me of the difference between, or it almost reminds me of the phenomena of let's say the samurai class, for instance, in Japan, and their displacement as a result of industrialization, as they were essentially like this noble auxiliary, and their use was entirely outdated as a result of industrialization. And they attempted to fight back against that. It's not quite the same because this is like this almost like mini revolution within capital towards this like hyper capital. Jay Booch here, thank you for the 11 months.
All of them on their terms. Now, it's not like the Democrats are really...
Which also accounts for this idea of like, well, yeah, they're small business owners, but like, comparatively speaking to how they're normally doing, like, they're doing worse. Which is probably true. Like, Amazon is buying them up. It's impossible to compete with large-scale capital.
Trying to stop any of that.
Because with the large-scale... What the capitalist firm fundamentally wants to do, and this is something that Marx didn't predict, is that Marx's idea of the market is fundamentally the same in a certain sense to Ricardo and Smith, which is that it's small capitalist firms run by a single person who has the legal ownership and the sort of managerial powers of the firm, who buys their inputs from a market that they have no effect on, and then sells their outputs to a market they have no effect on. This is the sort of quote-unquote free market in which all of the prices, all of the exchange values are defined by these different small capitalist firms interacting with each other. What Marx didn't predict as a result of attempting to critique the early capitalist bourgeois political economy is the idea that the capitalist firm would expand, that it would feel extremely uncomfortable with having no effects in the part of the market where it buys its inputs and the part of the market where it sells its outputs. Interestingly or problematically, one of Marx's reasons for understanding capital as, and this is sort of a subsection of Marx, so it's not necessarily, it doesn't destroy the Marxist project, but one of the reasons he viewed the market as fundamentally irrational is because, if the market is done in this way, if there is no central mechanism of planning, then it inherently collapses. It has to. And he's correct, it does. But what happens is the capitalist firm, and the smart ones and the ones that are the most competent, attempt to gain influence into the parts of the market where they buy their inputs. The inputs being the things that they buy, and then they put to the worker and they say, I'll give you a salary for this, and then you should mix them with your labor, and then here's my output, and all that shit. They want to, what the capitalist firm inherently wants to do is gain some sort of influence in the inputs that it's buying from, and also from the part of the market where it sells its outputs. And this is where the expansion of the capitalist firm comes from. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And as a result of this, what we see is not the traditional model of the capitalist firm, which is very small. It's owned by one person, and the one person who has legal ownership of it makes all of the decisions, but this sort of stratum of managers and people who are salaried but have a significantly higher salary than the ones at the bottom, who make the decisions for the management of this, like, the subsections of the market that these large firms have access to, because that's far more stable. So the I guess the legal ownership of the firm, which is the board of directors, is different from the managers who have the sort of authority to manage the firm. And as a direct result of this, it's even harder for the smaller capitalist firm to exist and to gain prominence in the market. They're at the whims of these larger capitalist firms.
But the drivetrain of politics is this activated, like, small holding.
So yeah, these small holding people, would have become essentially now petty bourgeois, even, who are small business owners, are in constant competition. They're at the whims of the market, just as Marx described the small capitalist firm, but also at the whims of a pseudo planned economy.
All cops are bad
Right?
cops.
Under CLE. Thank you for the 2 months. There's this idea, there's this conception that, like, China has a planned economy and us in the West, we don't. And that's wrong. The Western capitalist market is a planned economy. It's just planned based on Walmart and Amazon, the larger capitalist firms, not necessarily based on the state. Oh, sorry, not 420. That's a bait. I'm sorry. I got you. You subscribed last month. It didn't change. Didn't I have this last month?
White petty bourgeois that is being cosseted,
okay,
that is not
playing.
getting the reality check, that isn't getting the Beale speech, is just getting a pat on the back and said, no, it's just the nasty tax man that's the reason that you're not more successful. How about here's some more mortgage deductions. Here's some more the degree to which we do safety net shit anymore. You're going to be the beneficiary of all of it, because we're going to subsidize home ownership and give you your little fiefdoms and give you free cheap credit that you can borrow against, so you can open 500 different fucking nightclub themed vape shops and rock and roll karaoke bars with live shooting ranges and fucking skidoo dealerships. And what we're seeing since the 2008 collapse, is
actually Taylor Greene. That's very interesting. That's one of the reasons why, what is it, Marjorie Taylor Greene? Is that how you say her name? The QAnon congresswoman. That's why this group of people likes her so much. One of the reasons is she is a small business owner. She owns an open carry restaurants. All of the servers have open carry in Rifle, Colorado. Oh shit.
Is that we can't buy them off anymore. They can't be bought off anymore. The shit is coming to them. The poorer whites, the ones who didn't have access to the barony, they've been killing themselves. Literally, they have been literally killing themselves with fentanyl.
No, I think that's Green.
Trying to get disability checks and living the lives of despair.
No, that's not a joke. It's literally Rifle, Colorado. I'm not joking. That's real. I'm not joking.
That are the usual outcome of being totally unconnected from any ability to assert political control over your life.
Oh, okay.
And any control.
Same thing. She has the same base.
Control over your economic condition. The ones who are in the middle, those middle ones, those are the ones who are most agitated, most anxious, the most afraid of falling. And those are the ones who make up the Republican base now. And because they believe in America, even though their politics are totally inchoate and they have no actual formal meaning, and they don't have...
What do they say? The finance capital would see them as some sort of threat because they've decided that they're going to make an example of them with this crackdown. To a certain extent, I think it's far more just that finance capital doesn't like the instability related to the protests or related to the riot, whatever you want to fucking call it. Whatever floating empty signifier you want to attach to it.
It's an articulation of resistance to neoliberalism, but it's baffled by...
The small capitalist firm isn't coming back as the primary It's called Shooter's Grill in Rifle, Colorado. Amazing. Yeah. It's not a threat to finance capital, to the large-scale capitalist firm. Not at all, you know. It's, yeah.
The
I
fact
wouldn't
that
say
everybody's just watches TV for the last 60 fucking years and nobody actually has a lived experience to compare with anybody else's. We only share fantasies. We only swap and share fantasies with one another. And so all of this alienation, whether it's from precarious petit bourgeois or precarious non-college educated labor workers, no matter what their income is, it's expressed by this spectacular fixation, this emotional connection to Trump as a delivery figure. Because what he delivers them from is this political stalemate that they are real.
I'm so confused. Nick Land is really... I was curious. I was like, you know, what insane thing is Nick Land going to say about all of this? And I looked at his Twitter page, and I don't even understand what he means. I don't even get it. The right plays college softball while the left plays gulag apocalypse. And maddeningly, GOP thinks its job is to tell you that's perfectly fine.
Realizing will doom them. But because they believe in America, they have to find an answer within its structures, within the Democratic Party, within the Republican Party, and within the Republican Party, the figure of Trump, who mirrors them in their selfishness and short-sightedness, and as such is acting not for any concern about institutions, which is demystifying the institutions and teaching these people that the institutions aren't real. And they can just open the door, and that fucking, like, oh, that velvet rope, you can just step over it. And of course, that's because they've been allowed to do this, because white middle strata political alienation has only been beneficial. It has only flown to the benefit of the Republican Party.
Does Nick Land have any valuable philosophical ideas? It's important first off to distinguish between Nick Land today having ideas and then him before he like had that like breakdown that made him right wing, when he was like in the CCRU, which was this sort of like this like avant-garde philosophical like project at Warwick University in the UK. His earlier stuff is like funny and interesting, I guess, but nothing that's essential. I think Meltdown by Nick Land is actually like a relatively interesting piece. It's where the meme comes from. The story goes like this. Techno capital is whatever it. Here we go. The story goes like this. Earth is captured by a techno-capital singularity as Renaissance rationalization and oceanic navigation lock into commoditization takeoff. Logistically accelerating techno-economic interactivity crumbles social order into auto-sophisticating machinery runaways. As markets learn to manufacture intelligence, politics modernizes, upgrades paranoia, and tries to get a grip. It's fucking cool. Neo-China arrives from the future. I do genuinely enjoy this piece. You need to read like Deleuze, Freud, probably Bataille, and then probably what's his name? Gibson to get any comprehension of it. Philosophy has an affinity with despotism, is like Deleuzian. Due to its predilection of Platonic fascist top-down solutions that always screw up viciously, schizoanalysis works differently. It avoids ideas and sticks to diagrams. Networking software for accessing bodies without organs. Bodies without organs, machinic singularities or tractor fields emerge through the combination of parts with, rather than into, their whole, arranging composite individuations in a virtual/actual circuit. It's converging upon terrestrial meltdown singularity. Phase-out culture accelerates through its digitech heated adaptive landscape, passing through comprehensive thresholds normed to an intensive logistical curve. 1500, 1756, 1884, 1948, 1980, 1996, 2004, 2010, 2008, 2010, 2000. I do think this is great. I do enjoy this. It's not necessary. It's ridiculous.
It has flown to the back.
But I wouldn't say that like it's problematic or something. It's not harmful. As is Nick Land's
cops are
newer
bad
philosophy.
cops.
Just passed paid medical and family
Benefit
leave
of the
in
corporate
Colorado.
Democratic Party by
Every
always
small
driving
business owner was
the,
beside themselves.
the Republicans
It's
to the
paid
right.
and administered through statewide progressive payroll tax. For $15 per hour employee, the premium is about $5 per month and paid
Hey, guys.
$5,050 between them and
Thank you. 6 months. Every small business owner was beside themselves. It's paid and administered. Oh, is this like a medical family and leave? Oh, I see.
Meaning,
which helps for healthcare?
we are forced because we're locked arm in arm, like in fucking Sidney Poitier and Tony Curtis and the Defiant Ones. We're locked to the Republicans for life. So if they go right, we have to go right too. It's good for everybody. But now you have a genuine conflict between this assumed, this faith in the political subjectivity that these people have, and the cold hard fact that at the end of the day, we're just humoring you people. International finance capital runs this shit. And we will put up with this stuff.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, if you really get in trouble with maintaining these flows of capital, we are going to have to give you the sit-down talk. And I think what we're seeing here is going to be the beginning of the sit-down talk. And I think it's going to see big-time
It's all flows, codes, and stocks,
for
baby.
everybody who went in that place. And you're going to see surveillance. Biden is already talking about his first order of business, a domestic terrorism bill. We're going to have a white war on terror, or a war on white terror, I guess. And it's going to be the same sort of color-coordinated terror alerts. It's going to be the same collection of FBI encouraged and, in fact, conceived terror attacks thwarted. Real ones happening. And the core of this group, these unassimilated true believers in America who have only been able to believe.
When Nixon said that we're all Keynesians, he was right, but he didn't know
in
what
America
he meant.
for so long because they have been humored, and their political, economic destinies have been protected from the ravages of the market.
To be clear, the codes, flows, and stocks thing is like Deleuze, who he takes directly from Keynes, ironically.
The disruption of the global economic structure as it fastens its fucking tendrils over every facet of all life. But now the bill has come due. There's nothing in the cupboard left to fucking humor you people. We can't do anything about coronavirus. We can't do anything about offshoring. We can't do anything about anything.
Does it make sense to read ATP without having read Anti-Oedipus? I mean, it's fine. One of the things about like every single plateau is that like it exists by itself, but of course reinforced by a sort of understanding of the previous work and of the other plateaus.
Because both these parties
so
are
it's
committed
fine,
to this.
But I would probably
and
not
the thing
recommend
is
it.
that the Republicans now are going to have to confront their base in a way they never wanted to do, and they're going to have to come to some sort of accommodation. And my guess is what's going to be is that the more well-off, the more successful, the more charismatic, the ones with more to lose are going to be brought in.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about asking. You know, in this Groucho Marx, in this situation, in the Oedipal relationship, I am your father, and I'm giving you permission to read 1,000 Plateaus, before, like.
By a claim that, look, yeah, they ripped us off, they stole the election, but if you take over the Republican
It's very ironic
Party
considering
from inside,
considering the authors were thinking about the asking for permission to read a thing is very funny.
You can stop it. And if you're on the outside of it, you can work for this. The same way that the left is sheep-dipped into the Democratic Party. And they will accept it, at least because there's options there. You could run for office. I mean, my God, all these congressmen are up for re-election next year. Every single one of them. Every one of these persons could be fucking replaced by a local beautiful voter. Or even a not so beautiful voter if they were charismatic enough. And if you can't do that, hey, you can stream. You can become an influencer. You can make that grind work. The less competent, I guess, the less stable emotionally and financially are going to have to find out that the government exists not as their friend, that the government is not their friend, and that the cops are not there to help them. And how they respond to that is, I'm very interested in finding out. But
I mean, this is... Husband is at the bank. It's packed with Trump supporters pulling all their money out because martial law is coming. Which, like... It's not really how martial law... But again, you know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. Martial law is going... They believe martial law is going to be declared, and they're loudly and openly discussing it. I mean, this is an interesting example of this weird perceived encounter with finance capital. But, you know, in the sort of the actual material analysis of it, it's absurd.
this is all white people getting the reality check that we've spent 40 years, the people in power have spent 40 years.
Wait, QAnon has suspended 70,000, Twitter has suspended 70,000 accounts related to QAnon. I lost 70,000 followers?
Allowing to go unchecked because it was possible. There were those bubbles.
What?
There was a nice real estate bubble and tech and whatever else. But once you've reached the point where all growth comes from disrupting sectors, meaning reducing income, reducing job security in the name of flexibility. That's the only place to find any money under the fucking couches. And where the ability to even be a small business owner is going to go away.
At the rate
and you're going to have to be proletarianized, which is to lose your freedom. Like we've talked about how American freedom is tied up in ownership. First it was land, but now it is of a business. This is the end of the myth. This is the closing of the frontier. And these white people are going to have to learn their lesson. Now, it will be much softer.
DJ Shannon, thank you for the 9 months. Who's that again?
Than the lesson
I don't
that
know,
was
but
administered
God bless.
to black people in this country. But
And the article of impeachment set to go.
It's going to get coded as racial justice. It's going to get coded as progressivism. It's going to be what
armed protests being planned at all 50 state capitals. Protests are being planned at all 50 state capitals. Also received information in recent days on a grouping called Storming. On a group calling for storming state of, in the event President Trump is removed from office prior to Inauguration Day. The source is the FBI. I mean, I don't even know if... Yeah, I mean, I guess they could be lying, but that's possible. That's conceivable. But again, to do what? To declare Trump the God Emperor?
Before the House would charge the president with incitement of insurrection, accusing him of willfully inciting violence against the government of the United States. I want to bring in constitutional law professor Deborah Pearlstein for more on this. Deborah, thanks for being here. How strong do you think the case is against the president?
Good morning. I think the case is very strong, and it's strong in several different terms. It's strong in constitutional terms. The Constitution says a president can be impeached for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. This is a charge that has never been brought before. It's historically unprecedented, the charge of incitement to insurrection. But it is squarely within the idea of offenses against the integrity of the government, offenses like treason and bribery that are specifically cited. So I think it's got very firm constitutional basis. I think it'd be very hard to contest it on that grounds. But more than that, it already has 210, last I checked, co-sponsors in the House. That's an extraordinary degree of support for a measure to come up this quickly or indeed at all.
And Deborah, how much is that speech that the president gave at the rally before the siege happened going to play into this?
Oh yeah, it was Jake that was singing Jesus Christ Superstar, wasn't he?
I think
my favorite, I saw some comment on the SoundCloud app during that point, and someone was like, I am going to stop listening right now specifically because of this.
It's going to play in significantly, but I think that's not the only element. The brief article of impeachment that the House drafters have composed feature that speech centrally and the president's role in inciting violence, but it also mentions the ongoing false claims of election fraud that led to that speech and that were reiterated in that speech. And it mentions briefly the president's call, or now calls, to Georgia that we learned of just before all of these events, in which the president was clearly attempting to interfere with or engage somehow and pressure Georgia officials to change the results in that state. So,
oh, I saw this. This was planned, but it was removed. Meaning, like, what capacity does it have to spread? But yeah, they wanted 15,000 people. How many people showed up to the protest? Because here's the thing. How many people showed up to the Capitol Hill protest? It's like a vague estimate. Do we know? 10,000 or so? I saw 10,000, 30,000. It was pretty fucking big, of course. This was with Trump tweeting it out. The 3 million, 20,000. This is with Trump tweeting it out. Right? There's no way it was 100,000. Like Trump saying, we should go here. I'll be there. Like I don't think they have a feasible capacity to do this. It was between 10 and 20,000. I guess that's the from gauging chat. Like the idea that they could somehow stop Biden from becoming president, I just don't. I'm incredibly fucking skeptical. I'm very skeptical of that. Because again, like something that see again, they have to access it on web archive because of like deplatforming. This still exists and will potentially be a thing. But more so will just potentially cause violence. Again, that's the primary threat of these, is these sort of stochastic, fascistic violence, not a coherent plan to change the American government structure. Matt Iglesias said 1 billion patriots.
All cops are bad cops.
Shell, thank you for Jeff Bezos bugs. We just had a hype train, so I don't think I'll play the lizard again. You can't play it too many times. But if you would like to subscribe, participate in the scam train, 2721 gift subs, or 2721 emotes, etc. You know, if you have a Twitch Prime and you haven't used it yet, use it on me.
Instead of any kind of meaningful push towards dealing with climate change or the fact that that it is basically impossible to have a life that is compatible with what American existence is in the current context.
They can fuck some shit up locally. Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's why all the fucking argument about like, oh, are they working class? Are they boat owners? What the difference does it
matter.
Make? This is the only political current in America that gets people out there, that will get people to do this. And you can say the Black Lives Matter protests, but the Black Lives Matter protests, because black liberation has always been the most easy type of domestic disturbance to be repressed by the state, the one that they're willing to expend the least effort doing, because it costs them the least politically. What's going to happen if you piss off black people? Or if you're a Republican, they don't vote for you anyway. And if you're a Democrat, what are they going to do? Vote for Republicans?
I mean, that's true, but it also, like, the question of, like, well, how did it start? And what is the relation in how it started and how it was organized?
They have the fire.
I think that's a different
question. And yes,
question.
it's because they live in a fantasy America, but that means they're powered by something that the left, such as it exists, doesn't have, which is belief. And I don't even mean belief in God. I mean belief in success, belief in victory. And of course, that all stems for them from a delusion. They believe...
Yeah, the irony being, like, that both the left and the right have no plan of victory, no coherent set of goals that they can accomplish, broadly speaking, except for, like, you know, social democracy on the left, I guess. But, of course, the difference being that the right thinks that they can accomplish their incoherent set of goals. And the left understands that, like, as things exist, they can't.
That they can win because they think this is a different country than it is, because they have just absorbed America's propaganda from a position of relative privilege in America. And most people, unless they go to college to learn how to have anxiety, are going to respond to that the same way, by accepting it. And only now are we seeing their lived experience colliding with their idea of America.
Space Panda, thank you for the gift sub. Should you be worried for your dad's safety when he goes back to the office in DC? I would honestly, like, as we heard before about how, like, there's going to be, like, the National Guard with like ammunition at the swearing in. I especially at the Capitol Hill, I would genuinely doubt, or around Capitol Hill, I don't think that they're going to storm the Capitol Hill again. I think whatever weird set of conditions required that allowed the local police to just, like, sort of let them stroll in and prevented, like, National Guard, etc., from being called,
and because
I don't think will be repeated.
Because they believe in America, they think, well, this is all fucked up. Even if why they think it's fucked up is wrong, even if it's all bundled up with racism and stupid nationalism, and it is.
Because again, like, what we see is, like, the Capitol Hill protests or whatever coup insurrection was so large because Trump was like, look, we almost did it. We almost overturned the election. I need your support. I'll be with you. Come on, January 6th, Capitol Hill. So they all showed up. Trump isn't doing that anymore. I guess the one exception is the Alamo rally. And we saw that thread about, like, there's an ICE facility near there and they're going to do the armed insurrection. But that seems like it's far too paranoid. I think that's a misunderstanding of Trump. Because again, Trump is a fucking idiot. Trump just wants to be liked. He's stupid. He doesn't have this grandmaster plan to overthrow the government. And you don't accidentally overthrow America, the American system of liberal democracy. Because again, actually, I can read this out. It's on the new podcast app that I'm writing. I'll read this a little bit. Those in the mob simply showed up as they were told by their father, Donald Trump. Simply put, there was no goal because they had all trusted their father to figure it out for them. The ideology is not in the beliefs themselves, but the base level reality that the wide array of beliefs that populated the crowd operate on. Now it becomes evidently clear with Trump's subsequent denouncement of these protests and acceptance of election results that I guess that might not be true now, even though he technically accepted the results, but regardless, that if Trump had a plan, it no longer exists. And what happens to the Oedipal triangle when one's father abandons them? If the fascistic movement just experienced fatherly abandonment, something which Freud saw as the greatest loss a person can experience, how can we see it as functioning, let alone as a salient threat with salient goals that may imminently destroy American democracy? Unless, of course, we see the Oedipal triangle as not applicable. Maybe this fascistic movement is a Deleuzian rhizome which has no central point that it necessarily operates from, developing into a multiplicity of equal and non-hierarchical connections which all must be severed for the root to die. It seems as if many who perceive the fascist threat as on the brink of causing a civil war have projected this belief of a rhizomatic fascism onto their enemy. Ironic considering how connected fascistic forms of social organization are to the Oedipal triangle and the nuclear family for Deleuze and Guattari, and how far away they are from the rhizome. If fascism is, as Deleuze and Guattari conceive of it, the desire to be ruled, then who do these fascists connect this desire to after Trump has abandoned them? Does that make sense? There's sort of this projection. There's this projection. You can listen to my podcast because this will be on there soon. And then on my Patreon, there's the premium apps and stuff. It's just a little sneak peek. The Patreon, $2 a month. Very cheap, very cheap. The point being that people have projected this like Deleuzian rhizomatic fascism onto the fascist movement, and that doesn't make sense. That's incoherent. They're on all the podcast apps. Just search Live Posting, like, you know, Apple, SoundCloud, Apple Podcast, SoundCloud, Google, whatever. Anchor, that type of thing. I put them on there too. Yeah, yes, it's there on Spotify. Yeah, so how the fuck... Thank you for the hype train, everybody. I didn't pay too much attention to it, but thank you. Federal conservatives say they no longer respond to questions from the Rebel after Rebel build emailed responses from Tool as an exclusive interview. Wow. Well, that's funny. Yeah, the fascist movement isn't rhizomatic in that it will become, or at least temporarily be rendered inert when Trump inevitably leaves. And you sort of already see this happening. I think there are a lot of people, and as we saw before when we were covering his like condemning of the protests. I mean, Trump fucking condemned the protests. Like, the majority of Trump supporters are not going to be like, well, I'm going to take my weapon and go out to the local Capitol Hill or local Capitol and make sure that Trump like wins. A rhizome, I can explain, is a root structure that Deleuze and Guattari uses like an analogy, or they mean it literally, but practically as an analogy for like non-hierarchical social organization. What's a good model for this? Like, here's a good... Actually, this is a Deleuzian example. So here's like a rhizome. You can't cut the rhizome. Oh, here's Deleuze and Guattari. Welcome to my slideshow. You can't... It's not like a tree where there's a single point that you can cut off, right? That's how fascism works, right? Top down. There's no hierarchy here. It's a multiplicity. These like non-specific, I guess, connections, you know, different sets of connections that form the group. And this is how people seem to view the fascistic movement, as a rhizome. Which doesn't make sense. That's incoherent. Questions capitalists have for communists? Oh no. Do I want to watch this? Am I going to regret watching this? Basically, that's it. So the fascistic movement, or the support for Trump, is Oedipal, insofar as it is dependent on the authority of the father, which is Don. Oedipal, the Oedipal triangle is like Freud. That's how Oedipus is used.
Bad cops.
Not the Greek sort of, you know. Gender Pirate, thank you for the tier 1. Modern fascism is more of a network. It can't be a rhizome because it needs a lead. But it's more decentralized. That's possible. But again, like, it needs an arborescent structure. It needs the structure of a tree, right? It needs it, or it stops becoming the thing. You know, which is connected to Oedipus and why Deleuze and Guattari reject Freud and all that shit. But yeah, Trump is their father, their source of authority. Still certainly runs in an Oedipal logic. And if he is gone, there is no movement. There is the capacity for a movement, which is the product of society at large. But there is no chance. And we've already sort of seen a fatherly abandonment, right? Maybe not explicitly, because I guess he's still fucking doing shit. But he condemned the protests. Again, like, what is the precedent of a fascist coup in which, before it happened, the leader condemns any violence in their name and says to not do it, and denounces the previous coup attempt? You know? And, you know, he's not doing that because he doesn't... The I love you, you're very special is not what I'm referring to, of course. Because he said that initially because he was pressured into it and he still, liked his fans. But then I'm sure he was told by his, lawyers or whatever. We can watch it again. I mean, Trump is technically banned on Twitter. He called them low class to two reporters. He denounced them the day after, right? We watched that. Oh, it's very Oedipal. Yeah, you're right, actually. I think I made a joke about that. Yeah. Right. Which is before the fatherly abandonment. But now, of course, whether it's his lawyers were like, you're going to go to fucking jail if you don't, if you don't denounce them. The thing about it being a deepfake, isn't QAnon mostly decentralized? Yes. It's complicated. Cyberspace changes everything. But I will say the one element of it is that is arborescent, that is tree structured, is the leader. They recognize Trump as their leader. So maybe you could look at this. Some of them are calling it fake, but honestly not that many of them, comparatively speaking. I think they understand. You could maybe view it sort of like this at the bottom, this sort of root structure, and then a tree here. That all of these points, or let's say all of these points, these end points come and connect to the tree. And the tree is an essential part, essential organ of the movement, that it cannot continue to function without it. Which is to say, you shouldn't be rooting at the weeds, I guess. Or it's maybe that analogy works insofar as it's sorry, can you hear that? The noise in my house? I guess not. I think my thing is pretty good. It's much harder to destroy the sort of root of it because it's very integrated into society. Yet, you blunt it incredibly, when you cut off the head of the movement. This is Deleuze and Guattari, as you can see here, having a nice little time. Just chilling. This Deleuze, this Guattari. Anyways. So that's why, again, outside of stochastic violence in the immediate future, there's no fascist coup. You should worry about the center. You should worry about Joe Biden far more than you worry about. It is sort of paranoia at this point. It was paranoia before, but now it's gotten, because and I was saying in November again that Trump doesn't have a coherent plan to steal the election, and it would be an incredible fucking fluke if it happened. I was, of course, correct. Because he's a fucking idiot. The reason he's gotten into power at this point was literally just basically a fluke. Was him saying the R word, in 2015, and then some group of people were like, well, I'll vote for this guy, sure. And you can't continue to do that. You can't continue to fail upwards in this context. There needs to be some coherency to overthrow American institutions.
And xenophobia, it's still generated by a very real connection of
anyways, we can
their
go back to this.
Unhappiness
Actually,
to
I'll be right back
the political order, which many people, including many real working class people, do not have. And that's because they don't believe in America, because they never did. And when you see these people willing to do this shit, fucking Naruto run into the fucking Capitol building, and I don't think there's any reason to believe that it's going to stop now. And then you look at what the left could put together, it's not good. And I think big part of it is nobody who is going to organize on the left, because of the repression of the left over the history, and because they're trying to create a self-consciously working class movement. They're not able to just go have faith in Trump. They can't just have faith in Trump as a symbol, because they're aware that this has to be a class project and it has to have class goals. But because of that, they're also aware of all the obstacles. They're aware that the state is arrayed against them, which these people don't think. Some of them are coming around to it, and when they fully realize it, they're going to get more radicalized. But that's all to the benefit of the system, because those are more enemies of the state that we can profitably prosecute or threaten people with. And so until the left finds faith in itself, even in the face of the transparent absurdity of that, they'll never be able to be anything effective. Because the argument about whether you should be happy or sad that the cops killed that lady, or you should be rooting for Biden to suppress them or not, is all meaningless, because we have no power over it. The Democratic Party is going to govern from a position of austerity and misery. It's going to try to frame it as racial and gender liberation. They're going to do that. The right is going to attempt to coddle this movement, subordinate, and avoid a full confrontation with the state, which they don't want to do. And there's nothing we can do about any of it, because there's no working class movement to assert a position, to assert demands opposed to this dynamic. If anyone has been listening to Age of Napoleon,
great podcast.
He just started talking about the Asian Revolution, and I was listening to it recently, and it's very good, as is all of Everett's podcasting is.
Yeah.
And his description of the political moment before the Haitian slave revolt, when there was a big crisis caused by the French Revolution back at home about what to do about the National Assembly and like how to orient the colony towards France. The main battle was between a coalition of white slave owners and small white laborers and like middle class people.
Very small.
The big whites, as they were called, and the small whites, who both wanted to rebel against the king for different reasons. The whites, the big whites, because they thought it would give them more control over the island and more authority over its economy, specifically its trade, so that they could trade to other places more profitably. And then the small whites, because they thought that they could get, if they had more of a say in like the politics of the island, as opposed to having no influence over politics in France, that they could assert their rights. But they were in the one thing they agreed on was that they wanted to make the government of Haiti explicitly white supremacist, like to enforce a racial code and to maintain like a white political a white political monopoly on power in the colony. And the other group was the mixed race community, the children of relationships between mostly white slave owners and African slave women. But many of them had been, because the French did colonization a little differently than the Americans did, I think maybe because of the Catholicism. In many cases, white slave owners who had black mistresses would marry them. And
I've never considered that difference a religious one. That's interesting. The sort of like Portuguese, Spanish, French style of colonialism compared to like the British.
Confer property to the children instead of enslave them. And so you had a class of mixed race slave owners and smallholders who bourgeois shopkeepers and stuff.
Like the French idea of race that comes from colonialism is more of it's obviously fundamentally a hierarchy with whiteness on top, but it's more of like a gradient. You have the most white and then slightly less white, then slightly. I know Fanal recounts, because he grew up in Martinique, under French colonialism, of course, that there was some situation like Fanon was first off taught, he's African, African ancestry, taught that his ancestors were the Gauls. So that's sort of how the French did colonialism. And then also that, like, African Martinicans saw, like, Senegalese Africans as inferior, for instance. Like, there was, like, because they were slightly under the racial hierarchy.
Who wanted to...
as opposed to the British system of racial hierarchy under colonialism, which is different. It's far more, I guess you could describe as, like, the French system far more related to, like, also intermixing with local elites as well, and sort of vaguely integrating them into whiteness, but not fully. And then the British system is far more just like, there is Anglo-white, and then everyone else is bad.
Diversify.
I guess you could say conceptualize
the racial character of the political ruling class of the colony. Both of them.
What about the Dutch? That's actually a good question. I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Agreed that slavery was staying where it was, and enslaved Haitians were not going anywhere. And the whole battle, which was incredibly pitched and saw botched insurgencies on both sides, and the Republican, the local the local representative of the French revolutionary government having to play both sides against the other, and it was in the context of that the slaves rose up against both of them.
I think the Africa thing. I think the Orange Free State is a different understanding than, for instance, Indonesia. Yeah, than Dutch Indonesia.
And when I see the Republicans and Democrats, it's very hard not to see it as a battle between, that big white, small white colonial coalition.
But I think it's more British.
The more progressive, more racially...
I could be wrong,
though. The more racially advanced and expansive mixed race political movement as ours. The problem is that where are the slaves? The slaves are not marked by race. They're not marked by conditions of life. They are marked only by their self-identity as consumers. Mm-hmm. I did the quotation marks for a reason. Shut the fuck up. God, you fucking people. God, I love being fucking scolded by nitwits because I didn't use the right words when I did.
I sort of missed some of that analogy.
And it's the same challenge no matter what. It's the same challenge if everybody there was a fucking pipe fitter, or if everybody there owned 6 Subaru dealerships. Either way, the challenge is the same. Build actual coherent and self-actualizing working class power. And a lot of the people who want to do that through the media and want to do that through memes and want to do that through posting, they see what happened with Trump's people and they want that for me, as that Franklin Graham meme goes. But you can't have that. That is what it is because it is reactionary.
Because
it is not responding to material conditions and material exploitation. It's responding to a real emotional engagement in a spectacle of politics.
Yep.
There is no left-wing version of that. There can't be a left-wing version of that. Now, you can have left-wing voices like braising ideas and concepts, but the organizing is going to be done boringly and tediously at the fucking level of life.
Real people.
At the level of work. Or
the classic example of this distinction is, I think it was the Department of Defense, it was the DOJ, spent like $1 billion monitoring Portland anarchists on Twitter. And they found nothing about actual anarchists on the ground organizing in Portland. It was literally the only thing they figured out was who is canceled. And this is a great example of this, where like the actual spontaneous politics isn't happening online. isn't happening in who's canceled discourse. It isn't, you know, it's meeting people in their actual worlds, their material life, the life's working. Actually, I have the Word document.
All cops are bad cops.
I can read this quote from I just have quotes from The German Ideology by Marx ready. Tulip Q, thank you for the 4 months. This is a quote from Marx. We set out from real active men and on the basis of their real life process. We demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. Like, the actual real material life processes, people's actual encounters with the world, actual encounters with the mode of production. That's where you meet people, and that's where you organize. It's not through posting.
Or residents, whatever it takes, but it's not going to come through engagement with this.
They monitor the protests by watching Woke. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Woke isn't the Woke Twitter account or Twitch account, which is, to be clear, literally called Woke. I'm not using the word as a description. Is like just a collection of other streams, right?
Spectacle, because everything,
which I guess you can say like, oh well, it's easier for them to see it, which I guess is true, but
diffused. And as we said on the show, and as I said on the stream the other day, the reason.
But again, the example of like counter protesters, for instance, the main point that Matt's making here is like that, like the counterculture, the aesthetic politics can be organized through online shit because it's a spectacle, it's fake. It necessarily includes ideological contradiction within it, fundamentally. And that ideological contradiction works with false consciousness, you know. It works with, you know, approaching people on a basis that doesn't relate to their material life.
The reason that these people feel so confident in themselves, and the reason they're willing to do this, is because they've never been checked. They've always been encouraged. And that's because not even that.
Anarchists today are mostly children of petty bourgeois, more concerned about controlling their immediate environment than engaging with the external world. At least how it is in Germany. As opposed to who? What, communists? The specter in Germany of the German Communist Party in 2020? 2021.
Capitalism wants them to win in any
Dutch
real sense,
Anglo?
like have them defeat global capitalism in a battle, but that they're useful. That kind of political mobilization can always be
which I guess tracks.
metabolized because it's not a real threat. It has no character of organization or coherence or policy behind it. It cannot meaningfully confront capital. It cannot make demands. The only demands these people have is keep Trump president. All right, fine. What if they did that? We got more neoliberalism, more misery, more austerity.
They like their dad.
They'd be happy because the people they hate would be mad. And in fact, they would blame everyone else for still being around, still existing, and preventing Trump from doing.
I wasn't slandering anarchists. I made a distinction between anarchists on Twitter and the anarchists in Portland.
What he was supposed to do.
And it's more of a hodgepodge than just anarchists, of course. Because again, to a large extent, like the actual ideological disagreements between a lot of the left is sort of aesthetic as well. Insofar as it like has a minimal effect on organizing. That's when ideological difference actually manifests itself, is like, what are we practically doing? One group saying, I want to do a thing, and then other group saying, well, I want to do this thing, which is in the, you know, the First International, or was that the second? The split between Bakunin and Marx came from, well, what are we doing?
Not on the edge of doom or anything. In anything, this should be liberatory, because if this can't be found here, then the fact that everything looks like it's unwinnable and unsolvable isn't such a big deal. Like, it only feels like this, saying that this is a space where productive action cannot occur. That feels like it's doomerism to people because they cannot conceive of anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
The good news, though, is that if it doesn't matter, well, then you can find something. There's something out there now, probably. There are fucking prairie fires burning that nobody's aware of because they have not
I mean,
been...
I will. The one meaningful distinction is like the Soc Dems and the more radical left, insofar as like the distinction is like, do we use the power structures of liberal democracy, or do we flatly reject them? Because that has an immediate effect even in like leftist organizing now.
Fucking turned into they've not been turned into memes. They've not been turned into something that could be quantified and chopped up into some sort of like left cultural credit default swap.
Why are so many people here today? Usually when people show up this much, it's like 690 people. There's like a specific thing that's happening.
I don't think I'm going to build a Gundam. I'm not black-pilled.
Hassan's gaming? Nice.
I'm black-pilled about this fucking model of engagement, but everyone should be. It's not the only thing in the world. If it is the only thing in the world, that's the true black pill, because I'm sorry,
it's dead.
Not a single person who has doubled down on posts as praxis has given me any reason to believe that that would not be sticking your finger up your ass until the world burns.
Yep. And I will say, at least in my analysis, there is some nuance insofar as you can organize real things online, but a majority of online shit is not that. And a majority of like practical organizers generally are, I guess sometimes they do so. Although I think something funny about how online the organization for the Trump protest on the 6th shows is that organizing stuff online for this surveillance state, they're like, great, awesome. It's a particularly absurd example, of course, because of how incredibly incompetent Parler is. But, I do stuff and online makes it harder. There you go. Right. There we go. And like, I guess because the one considerable thing that I've done, I guess, is related to like charity stuff, like raising money for stuff, because money is real. It is, like, it has to be. It's the basic point of, bourgeois reality is capital. It grafts itself onto everything else. And also in the material sense. Don't live tweet your practice. Exactly. And that translates to real things, right? So if you raise money for bail funds, that translates to real things. But it does so explicitly because people are doing real things. But it's still, I mean, I guess that's a nuance. The material change with inspiring people is an idealist account of history. It has no effect on like people's material worlds. Because it exists outside of that. There's this bourgeois idea by certain Marxists that ideological critique is itself what can destroy capitalism.
Bad cops.
Which Marx never
Hassan
said.
is gaming, but you're chill too. Hi, LP.
I'm Ref, thank you for the tier 1. And indeed, thank you for the 3 months. I mean, we love to see it, folks.
Somebody's asking about the Socialist Rifle Club and stuff. If you're memeing it, how serious can you be about it? I get that you want to get people on board, but when you're talking about like arming...
Wasn't there a major data breach with SRA? Am I making this up? Did I conjure this in my mind because I'm suspicious of it? There was, right? And they blamed it on like a previous member of SRA that had died. So they're like, well, don't have to do anything because he's dead.
All cops are
half
bad
of their
cops.
files were
Hi.
leaked. Spotted Joe, thank you for the 8 months. That's an interesting point, Chelsea. That it was good for organizing, but now it's not become good, which conceptualizes like the Arab Spring, for instance, which was like in a lot of cases came through like online stuff. Which is that the flows of information that happen online have been like, also yeah, the Matt Pog face, the odds if you pause a random Kush vlog and you get PogChamp face are pretty high, but that like the flows of information online have been like coded and restricted in particular ways, by the corporations that control them, even by government institutions, that make organizing difficult and actually compromise some organizing.
Yourself against the state. How seriously can I take
once they tweaked the algorithm in 2017, it's useless.
somebody who puts that shit on the internet?
Yeah, there's a great post. I said I wouldn't talk about America anymore because who care? Big ol' who care? But there was a great post about that because she went to a protest and was like tweeting about it. I think it was Palma, if anyone knows who that is, which was just that like if you tweet about it, it's for clout. That's why you're tweeting about it. That's a rule to live by. If you tweet about it, it's for clout.
Like, that's a very good example. Like, you might very well find that in your life, you're going to have to fucking get a gun and do something.
Your political analysis are the best part of the streams.
I'm just saying that local conditions might obtain where, like, okay, say like Trump losing causes these people to go berserk. And the cops are basically just let them tire themselves out, but that essentially ends up turning into a number of, like, local pogroms. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But let's
that's
say
worst case scenario, probably.
And you felt yourself in a position like where you lived that it was your responsibility to fucking defend like your neighbors and vulnerable people from them.
You should listen to all
anything you have to do at that point is not anything you should be fucking posting about and trying to like memeify and turn into epic dabs.
Epic dabs. I love how that's the example. Yeah, pretty much. I think I agree with that.
If anyone's posting about anything, they're not serious about it. Everybody posting about a coup and how this is a coup and you need to take it seriously, if they're fucking posting about it all day, they don't really think that. Like, none of us really think any of the stuff that we think are powering our political beliefs. What we mostly just feel is a lassitude. We feel helpless. That's what we really feel. And then we turn that helplessness into a bunch of different fantasies that we can engage with.
Yeah, I guess the way I said before that like I was seeing all of the right-wing stuff being taken down and being used by the intelligence agencies, and then I think of like a left-wing equivalent situation, and like the thing in the thing in the back of my head is like, well, they're gonna do that to fucking us. They're going to eventually. It's gonna happen, and I still believe that. I guess the better way of articulating that though is that this demonstrates. I mean, I guess this is the same. It demonstrates the capacity that like, because the protests on the 6th was so incredibly online. Because all of them live online. They all live through Parler or Twitter or Facebook. That's why it was fucking 1984 for them when Facebook and YouTube were like banning QAnon accounts. Because that's their fucking life. That's literally that is the thing that causes politics to be real for them, and it's being cut off. That's why it was so crucial. And that's correct. That is correct. For QAnon, that is incredibly crucial. But again, if your movement is predicated on that online exchange of information and doesn't fundamentally relate to a material consciousness relate to the actual life working of an individual in their physical world, then it's bullshit, right? But I think I was trying to make it to the point, but I got sidetracked. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but that's gonna happen to like left-wing stuff eventually. And again, like that potentially happening, if there's a serious left-wing threat to the American state apparatus, that's gonna happen to the left, 100%. Similar. I mean, probably not similar for a multitude of reasons, but like take the basic structure of it. And yeah, that'll happen. That'll be the reaction. The left movement, and to a certain extent, it already does happen to people on the left already. That's absolutely true. But the left-wing movement has to exist beyond that, right? It has to be real. This is another reason why it has to be real. Right?
But like, if you think that this is a threat to democracy, I'm sorry, we don't have one of those.
Yeah.
We do not have a democracy.
Who care? Oh, American democracy is ending or is under threat?
All cops are bad cops.
You could argue
it never existed in the fucking first place. Madno, thank you for the 4 months.
During that New Deal period, that there was something approaching a working class articulation of power at the highest levels of government. It was coerced, or I mean, it was suborned.
And then I think FDR took that, appropriated elements of it, and used that left-wing movement to protect the state, the capitalist settler state, to take the inherent inexorabilities of the state and mend them up, ensure that capitalism ran better, as opposed to the original purpose of the left-wing movement, which was to directly oppose capitalism and the state.
I am this type of a joker
Tom
guy.
Hopton, thank you for the gift sub. As opposed to that, I protect man the left was actually integrated in New Deal politics, it recuperated into the capitalist project itself. And the fundamental concern, and this is why I fucking hate the like pragmatist shit, where it's like, yes, we will support the state. The fundamental worry. Oh, did you gift a tier 2, Hopman? Thank you. I didn't realize. Thank you. Is that left-wing movements are just integrated into the capitalist state project. They can't be. If they are, then they stop. You could say like the post-left argument is like that's an imminent quality of the left, and there needs to be some different thing other than leftism. But I guess the response you could also have is like when that happens, it stops becoming a left. You lose the points, the ontological points of leftism is lost. It doesn't,
And it was essentially housebroken. And when it was no longer a luxury that the system could afford, it was immediately removed. But it was there. But since then, we don't have a fucking democracy. Are you fucking kidding me? Like thinking, how much emotional force are we supposed to take from the other day's events, from the idea that it was some sort of attack against a sacred institution and sacred places? This is the most profane and disgusting place on earth, the U.S. fucking Capitol building. It's like a giant mini little St. James mansion.
This weird civic fetishism.
It's just that fucking the weird white and blue Greek themed dome that he had there. It's just a giant version of that.
Marx writes about the queer nature of the commodity, and he means it in a pejorative sense. And, I guess this is the Engels translating it into English. So if you want to cancel anyone, cancel Engels. But queer in the sense that it's not, our representations of it don't reflect the actual physical nature of the thing. It's a reversal of transubstantiation in the church. Where with the commodity, the physical thing changes, there's a water bottle, there's the chicken tendy, the different commodities, the physical thing changes, but the value of it does not. It has no reflection of the physical world. And he compares that to the sort of traditional fetishism relate to religion. Is anti-maskers in Germany are called queer thinkers? Is the German translation of the word queer not associated with like the English word? Not Colin, thank you for the 100 bits. But there's something similar with like American democracy and the weird values that are put into like the individual vote. No, I can't remember how I structured that question. So it isn't homophobic. Oh, it's a different word. Okay. So Mark's uncancelled. It's called substantiation. Oh, okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, so there's this weird sort of the value attached to the votes and even to like the buildings that are supposed to quote unquote represent American democracy is very queer in the same sense. In the German word. So uncancelled. The word is Querdenker.
And the fact that a incoherent, jabbering old man, because of our fully spectacleized lives, where everything that is worth caring about is worth caring about to an apocalyptic degree, in which more and more that includes politics, was able to get people to care this much, to die, to fucking like give themselves heart attacks while being tased, and to, I gotta say, if you don't think this is funny, then you are as much of a buzzkill as an SJW. If you don't think somebody going to Washington, D.C. with a Gadsden flag that says, "Don't tread on me," and then getting killed in a stampede is funny, then I'm sorry. You are literally just a woke scald.
I mean, come on.
Just with different naughty words and different bad unthoughts that can't be joked about.
I mean, come on. The dude who tased himself in the balls. Am I adding in the balls? Did he not tase himself in the balls?
But yeah, I fucking give a shit about
it. Wasn't his balls? Okay.
Building. The thing that should be embarrassed about is that that's what did it. The thing that everyone should be embarrassed about is that Donald fucking Trump is what got people to do that.
That's true.
Yes, the fact that it's Donald Trump is why they were allowed to do it.
Yeah.
But like, there's going to have to be some serious deconditioning of people. People are going to have to be willing to change their matrix of acceptable risk. And this is maybe even more important, change their required degree of like rational self-convincing of things. Because one of the things that got those people out there and is going to keep them out there is the fact that they have convinced themselves at a deep level their politics. Even though they're incoherent gibberish, they believe them. Yes, part of it is because they're dumb and their brains have been turned into scrambled eggs by social media and television. But a lot of it is that they aren't neurotic. A lot of it is that they did not learn that politics have to be perfect.
Oh, sorry. This is incredible. Q Shaman is now a symbol of resistance. This is a Windsor, Ontario anti-masker protest. I don't know what Spotters is. The Q Shaman is so funny. I mean, so absurd, right? He is a shaman, by the way, as in he explicitly practices shamanism.
In order to be actionable, that you have to be able to explain everything about everything you believe in order to act on it, which is a paralysis, I think, that infects the left, and I know infects me. Tell me if I'm wrong. Like, I can't act unless I know that every action I'm doing is correct. And the fact that Trump is just spectacle and emotion.
There is, I talk about this in the ep I'm doing. Oh, I shouldn't pull that up because it fucks with it. How like a lot of Zizek's philosophical project has sort of been confirmed. His account of ideology not as a belief, but as the baseline reality which structures belief, which is how ideology can be cynical. Because the cynic does not believe in anything. And yet somehow, even if they don't believe in anything, they're still ideological. That, like, fundamentally, the protesters didn't really believe in a thing. In a certain sense. I guess they have an allegiance to Trump and a belief that Trump is good, but there is no collection of actual coherent beliefs in the crowd. And yet it is still ideological, and it still has a coherent ideology. Or, you know, it's not a coherent because it's in the unconscious for Zizek, but like...
That makes crossing that bridge much easier, getting to the leap of faith. The left, it's harder because so much of it is intellectual.
White supremacy? That's a part of it. Yeah,
because
but not like...
So little of it is actually connected to, like, a struggle for survival.
It's a necessary element of it, but not sufficient to describe what is entirely going on. That's the way of putting it.
But that's going to happen. People are going to have to convince themselves at a deeper level.
What is the liberal outrage against the storming of the Capitol go? I've never seen my dad so angry, and now he's in full support of locking everyone of those hogs up. So maybe they're going to act. And it's just a new Patriot Act. Fun fact. The Patriot Act and the strengthening of the American state apparatus has always been a bipartisan thing. Both parties have always agreed to it. And that'll continue. And that's where all of the energy from libs go, who think that the protesters were this close to doing to making Trump the God Emperor of America, is Patriot Act.
And even allow themselves to think, I might not even be right about this. This might not be the right case. There might be somebody online who might call this cringe.
Wait, let me see. I'll react to myself. This was me, like during the day of the protests? The waking nightmare I've been having. Oh no, the day before. I know that this isn't gonna happen. The day after. So I didn't tweet anything about it because people are gonna say that I'm predicting this happens, and I don't think so. The waking nightmare. Take that all away. I am predicting it happens. Is of a bipartisan Patriot Act, where AOC signs it and then tweets out like, "We got you, Cheeto terrorists. So true. We're gonna make it so we know your location at all times, and we're gonna get you." And I know that's not gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Like, I fully believe if it. Did, right? I fully believe it's gonna happen. Which is the ultimate irony of the pragmatist left and the pragmatist left view of like, look, we're practically trying to make things better, so we will become ingrained with the capitalist state and help mend its inexorabilities and help strengthen it. Is like that it is a part of this. Absolutely 100%. At least in the institutional manifestations of the pragmatist left. Oh, there's a theory that AOC is a CIA asset because she was in like Niger when there was like a coup, which she was 19. So no, that's ridiculous. That's funny though. It's very funny. The suggestion, very funny, and for that reason I'll believe it. But no, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You might say that I'm doing liberalism, or that I'm doing anarchism, or that I'm doing tankyism, or that I'm doing whatever the fuck. I might be wrong. I might eat shit at this. I might get laughed at. And that has to be okay. Because otherwise, people give up. People give up. Look what happened in last summer. People thought they had the revolution in their hands for a minute. Some of them did anyway. And it ended up being...
I mean, it is technically possible. Maybe she was doing like very nominal groundwork for it or something. But no.
A giant chess match, just taking down statues. Because because the symbolic realm is the only area where you could see a plausible movement forward. And one of the things that makes it easier to do that is like if it's a question of like Trump should stay in office, that's a great binary. That's wonderful. And the left doesn't have anything like that. I keep saying the left, there is no left, but there is no left articulation of that can be summed up in such a binary and time-dependent and space-dependent question as will you be inaugurating a new president? But my hope is that the Democratic Party, which is looking like it's on the road towards total self-abnegation. Like, the fact, I mean, I don't honestly care if they fucking try to impeach Trump. I think making that the thing everyone should care about is dumb. Honestly, like, hey, how about try to ring the dinner bell a little bit? Especially that you got Joe fucking Manchin saying no to the $2,000 checks. Maybe like circle the wagons around an actual helpful thing that people could, feel good about, as opposed to just advertising your powerlessness, because they're not going to vote to impeach him. And you will be reminded again, oh yes, all of these norms are just agreed upon manners, and real force can decide these contests. And if it does, you don't have any. You don't have any. Because well over half the guys whose job it is to come in the room and clear it, half the guys whose job it is to carry a gun into a room and decide who should be there, at least somewhat agree with this.
Don't think it'll pass the Senate?
All cops are bad cops.
Zucket. Thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. I'm assuming he meant the Senate conviction. He's absolutely going to get impeached again. The question is he going to get removed? It might. I mean, how many Republicans do they need for that? It's like 20 or something? Oh, it needs to be 2/3. Oh. It's not impossible. I think there are a decent amount of Republicans that at least want to appear like they're against Trump. 17? It's not impossible. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter.
And are of no commitment.
They need 51 to disbar him from running again. Well, that's what matters. That's the only thing that actually has an effect in the world.
To the Democratic project as you represent it. No matter how many times you talk about how desacralizing and shameful everything is. That is a balance of power where the Democrats essentially exist at the sufferance of the Republicans because their existence keeps everything moving. Keeping the Democrats around allows rule to be carried out, because we need that illusion of democratic give and take in order to allow all the ill humors of capitalism to be vented properly. But if you make it an existential question, and like these people saying, we're going to throw them all in jail, we're going to throw all the seditious members of House into jail, and we're going to throw Trump in jail. Yeah, right.
Could the events of the Capitol open the eyes of some liberals to the truth of the police force or on the side of reaction? If the Black Lives Matter protest didn't do that for you, this won't. I think that's my response.
You know what would happen if that happened. Or at least you know what you're afraid would happen, which is all that matters. All you need is the fear. And the reason they have the fear is that they know.
I don't know. I still think he's going to jail. I bet one of my friends $5 that he's going to jail. So now I got some money in on it.
They could not
lock him up. Lock him up.
Marshal the same forces and coordinate them the same way, because of the hostility of the police state to those people, to their disorganization, to the lack of the Democratic Party representing anything beyond just a rejection of the Republican Party.
We can't bet on whether Trump will go to jail, because the bet has to be like resolved today.
But what we're going to see from the Democrats is going to be us an attempt.
Unless you want to hold it there for like a month and a half.
Essentially, like Bushism. Like these guys are trying to talk about this as 9/11, as bad as 9/11. They want it to be their 9/11.
You can't. Okay, like they
That's
do.
The point of this. This is going to be the Democrats' 9/11. That they get to wave the bloody shirt at the Republicans, which honestly could help them, because looking at the polls, this is not a popular thing that happened. And even though there's all these like well-manicured gerrymandering structures that allow the Republicans to hold power, I do not think that the wealthy older white people who voted in the Democrats are liking any of this. And a lot of them who voted in split tickets for Republicans might start punishing Republicans. Now, just in the same way, but the thing is, all these fucking guys in the House who live in gerrymandered Republican districts, they can't go against Trump because they will be gone by the end of business day. And so they're going to get to wave the bloody shirt and use it as an excuse for a democratic application of police state technology and surveillance and incarceration. Because neoliberalism has finally come for the whites. I mean, it came for the poor whites a long time ago, but it finally came for the voters. It came for the people who have had a little chunk of that post-war magic, and now it's shrinking away. And this is not negotiable shit, and their political movement is too inarticulate to challenge capitalism realistically. It will be suborned, it will be reduced, it will be recuperated, and that which cannot be will be repressed.
Yep, 100%.
That's the fucking playbook.
Most of these people, the mega chuds or whatever, will be just like subsumed into the party system and turned into a voting demographic to micro-target to.
And the Republicans, oh boy. I mean, at this point it's clear they will never accept the results of a close election to go against them again.
And they never have, right? They never did. I mean, not even a close election. They thought 50% of them thought that Obama stole it in 2008.
That means every election will essentially be a tip ball. And that helps the Democrats too, though, because if it's close enough and they lose it, it's just Bush versus Gore again. Everything's kept going. Everybody kept getting paid. It didn't break anything. The system maintained itself. If you just like slowly, and then the Democrats...
They tried to force Apathy Act. You mean Patriot Act 2? Would people like AOC be able to slow it down? I mean, the joke I made in that Twitch clip we watched was that AOC would be a part of it. And again, like the expansion of the surveillance state has always been bipartisan. I don't think AOC slows it down. No, I think Bernie maybe, but we see how AOC works under pressure from the Democratic Party. She said she's against one for now. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Yeah, and I mean, her vote doesn't fucking matter. It would be a protest vote, right?
That's are a regional party,
all
maybe.
Cops are bad cops.
Run New York and California.
Zamiel the Hunter, thank you for Japanese bucks.
I mean, somebody asked why it's bad to call it terrorism. I think I'm articulating it right now. Like, we already tried...
I mean, terrorism is a stupid word to use. It's so funny to see people use the word terrorism normatively. Like, did you guys live through post 9/11? You're gonna take that word and then use it as for your side. You think you can do that?
This with
Are you serious?
One form of terrorism, which was a response.
Like, fundamentally defining terrorism, you should define terrorism essentially by like a group which is working against a state's interests. You know, materially speaking, you know, opposing the interests of the state. That's really the fundamental definition. And again, if you're like an anarchist and you're like, things are bad because they're terrorists inherently, you sort of have a contradiction there, don't you? Or is terrorist only when people oppose the state, but like in a bad way? So when people do it in a cool way, they're not terrorists? Which doesn't make sense, because that's how the word terrorist is going to be used and has continued to be used.
To American bipartisan policy, which the proper response to would have been to minimize the threat and not treat it like the end of the world, but instead we maximize the threat.
Isn't terrorism political violence to target civilians randomly? In theory, but that's not how the word's used. Not at all how the word is used.
All cops are
terrorist
bad
is like
cops.
a perceived threat to the state apparatus. or to incite terror. You know, that's the official definition, but that's not how the word's used. Eileen McCall, thank you for the tier 1.
Treated it like the end of the world, specifically treated it as an excuse to shit all over civil liberties domestically and carry out a war overseas.
Cuba today was labeled as a state that sponsors terrorism. Yeah, that's a perfect example.
Now the war is coming home in every sense. The war is coming home, and that means that we're going to have to intensify our state apparatus of technological control, which we're having instead of fascism.
Yep.
And that will now
Isn't that
start
so nice?
having to fall
Aren't we so
on
happy?
the whites. Because everybody's going into the wood chipper. And some of you will get lucky and get shit out into the capitalist side. But the mass majority of you are going to come out, your kids are going to come out, peasants. And you do not have the wherewithal, the ability to challenge that. They will shit all over you. We're getting shit on.
Yep.
I mean, China.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's the model. But
Neo
at least
China
there's
arrives
some
from
sort
the
of
future,
efficiency
baby.
there, my God. Because they don't have to pretend that they're a
Subscribe to the Chapo
democracy.
thing.
Because they don't have to offer their
And
stupid
on
like
Twitch,
special dispensations
where Matt
for
streams these from.
their colicky white middle class. Everybody is equally with the program.
Okay. Has Jack Ma been found yet? I'm pretty sure he's just hiding, right? Isn't that the most straightforward? But yeah, I mean, the funny thing of the Dengists who are like, can we watch this? I guess. Questions capitalists have for communists. Is this like a joke? Or is this like a real guy? Because I don't want to do like a debate thing with a video of an idiot. The Dengists who are like, oh, China isn't a dictatorship of the proletariat, then why did they kill this billionaire? And it's like because they're a dictatorship of the capitalist class.
Cops.
So to sell it, thank you for tier 1. Refried Bean Gag, thank you for 3 months. Or thank you for the continued 3-month gift sub from Electric Ant.
All cops are bad cops.
Thanks to the Electric Ant for my sub gift.
Directive 7395. Destroy all communists.
Is that DMCA? Imagine the irony of that being DMCA. I'm just...
Take for your people to realize that you can't multiply wealth by dividing it.
Let's say you get your commie paradise.
Oh, is this like a bit?
Me, Mr. Dapperton, that guy T, Big Dicko, and Hoodie Demon start doing our own thing. We're minting...
I remember Mr. Dapperton. I told him that his head was shaped like an egg, and then Twitter banned me for a week.
Money out of gold and trading it and hiring people voluntarily and paying them a
That
wage
was a
they
good time.
agreed to without giving them ownership in the company and are basically just over here doing our capitalist thing. What should happen to us? If your answer is that we should be left alone since we're not harming anyone else, you're actually an anarcho-capitalist. So if you're an ANCOM, your answer must be something other than that. But if it is, then how is your system not a
I can't
state
tell if this
that
is
will
fake or
impose
not.
its way of doing things onto people who don't agree with that?
You claim that there's a distinction between personal and communal property. Since there is no universally agreed upon definition of what personal property is, even among your fellow comrades, who decides what is and isn't personal or communal property? And since an arbiter would be required, will you concede that your ideas would require a totalitarian state, or are you just going to claim that I'm straw-manning you?
We can look back through history and see that the integration of capitalism into countries without a free market has worked. This being the case, I'm sure you have all been asked this before, but can you prove that communism isn't just an impossible utopia?
Why do you think that equality is synonymous with freedom? Do you understand the difference? The actual working definition of capitalism
is a system of exchange between multiple private parties that occurs voluntarily without force or coercion. The notion that capitalism is anything different is likely a straw man created by collectivists to misrepresent capitalism so as to make it easier for them to represent their own arguments.
No, this has to be parody.
Whenever you are confronted with this definition, you immediately say,
"This is like fucking schizophrenic. Like it's
it's about exploitation and monetary hierarchy.
I don't
because Das Kapital says
there's
so.
No.
Do you not realize
it has
that
to
is
be a
just
parody.
as absurd as saying God is real because the Bible tells me so?
No, that has to be a
means
parody.
the private ownership of capital, which means an economy comprised
Being anti-capitalist is like believing in God.
completely of voluntary transactions. If you're against that, then you must want to initiate force on.
Just so everyone knows, I've spent several minutes approving a lot of comments. It is
some
real.
People somewhere who aren't harming anyone else or comprise any form of threat or otherwise impose costs onto third.
That's not a real voice. Like that's a guy doing a parody.
Parties. So tell us, which of these people do you want to use force against and why?
How can private ownership be theft if you don't believe in property rights? You sort of need to believe in private ownership in order to conclude that taking something from somebody else.
This is a Marxist point.
Would
actually,
be considered theft.
This is Marx's rejection of Proudhon.
Following my first question, I wouldn't be surprised if you answered my question with just a description of communism. How can you guarantee that society will do as you wish to accomplish a communist society without the use of force? At that point, how can you guarantee that your society won't turn into a dystopia?
That's the thing. The way her fucking
how can you guarantee
that's gotta be like a parody,
that your society won't turn into a dystopia?
Why do you feel that it is okay to take my money and give it to someone else? I earned it, so what gives you a right to it?
In a pure,
so true,
stateless, currency-less,
I think that the people who produce wealth
society. Do you really think people not wanting to be bored and wanting to do what's best for their fellow man is going to be enough of an incentive to hold up the economy, the infrastructure, the crime management, and any possible wars on terror
the crime
that might have
management,
to occur?
that classic thing
And
that
in the
exists in
latter
communist
case, how would you
societies.
defend your borders?
Can you name one?
The one thing communists forgot to think about was the defensive borders.
Lasting monopoly that came about without government support.
Your ideology relies on a straw man of the definition for capitalism in order to
I'm sorry, but this has to be fake. These people aren't real.
even be presented. With this being the case, how can you live with yourself knowing that your entire belief system is based on a lie?
If force is used to accomplish your means, how can anyone be equal? People will always be under the thumb of whoever enforces your communist laws. I don't know, it just seems a little backwards to advocate for equality,
It's gotta be.
but then to give a small group of people power over others. Doesn't really sound like equality, does it?
Why do you want communism when all it does is keep everyone in the same hole? Communism only keeps you breathing,
There is nothing wrong with allowing people to be in
not
holes.
living.
No, this is fake, right? I mean, that's like such a good parody. If this is a parody, it's like, let's look at this guy.
Ways it can be misused or misapplied. Quickyism. Science is great, but like everything else, it has ways it can be misused or misapplied. Scientism is the term given to a misapplication of science where it's used really kind of like a religion, meaning it's not really science at all. It's something that was noted by many scientific luminaries, including Karl Popper and F.A. Hayek. They noticed a lot of people treating scientific principles or conclusions as though they were statements about ethics or morality or directing political policy. Certainly those things should be influenced by science wherever it's appropriate, but there's a difference between having your policies informed by reality.
That's an accurate understanding of scientism. Okay, let's look at something else. That's not the same. Oh, no, it is. It's this guy, right? So he is real. What causes the Great Depression? What is money? Oh, no, he is real. What is the free market? He's still doing it 11 years later. The God delusion refuted. Oh no, it is real. Oh no, dude. It's like, this is the logical conclusion of the, like, I fucking love science page. What's a good one? Skeleton Crew, Mr. Strawman. Oh, he has an epic song parody. Oh no, that might be DMCA. Let me see. Why idiots hate capitalism.
Before I explain why I hate capitalism, let me first explain to y'all
what this is a different guy, right?
It is.
Anyone taking any bets on how
So it's this guy. This is the guy.
horrible this will be?
Do I have to mute this?
Is an economic system where the means of production are owned and administered privately. Goods are exchanged through a so-called free market for profit. Those that don't have any goods to sell, they will sell their ability to work to someone that owns production means in return for a wage.
So Smith and Ricardo's analysis as well of capitalism. The analysis that Adam Smith makes about what capitalism is. Let's see what Shane Killian ANCAP has to say about Adam Smith's political economy.
Okay, several problems here. Those that do have the goods to sell, and those that do have the means of production, how do you think they got them? Do you think it just rained down on them like manna from heaven? Or did they sacrifice, using money they could have used to consume things for themselves, or go in debt to investors to get them? And the rest of them,
How is he using that voice, man?
Is their only option to work for someone in return for a wage? In a capitalist system, there's
like you can't really be using that fucking
nothing
voice.
at all whatsoever
Like, why does
that's stopping them from starting their own business. That only happens when government gets involved. The real definition of capitalism is an economy based on voluntary
Oh, this is hilarious. Okay, labor theory of stupid. So he does
transactions. Look at how, like all socialists, he tries to bake his assumptions into the definition because he can't support these assumptions any other way.
This is where
it's the fedora distorting the voice. That's true. I mean, and again, the ultimate irony there is like these people make fun of the like, oh, it's not real communism? Then show me an example of real communism. That they're like, well, yeah, of course there can be a state and no state in capitalism.
Problems.
It's like when was that?
In order to profit, the capitalist has to pay the worker less value than the worker actually produced. The worker is not allowed to keep the value he or she produced.
The way it really works is that the business owner values the labor more than he values the wage he pays for it, and also that the
business owner values the labor more than he values the wage he pays. Yes.
Worker values the wage he gets more than he values the time and effort he puts into his job.
So it's subjective?
Notice how the commies always want to ignore that.
So value is subjective. It's not an objective thing that can be studied. It's just a matter of perspective.
Second part. The fact is, this is a voluntary transaction. And like all voluntary transactions, both sides come out ahead. It's win-win.
It's literally like it depends on how you look at it.
If their labor really is...
That's the Randian objectivism in which economic value is just like, it's depending on how you look at it, man.
Then why don't they create their own business and get the full value out of it? It doesn't work. And to see why, with numbers, see my video refute.
Yeah, I agree. As a small business owner myself, I don't get why the proletarians don't just make their own business. Oh, I remember this. This is a while ago. We can watch some of this. They had an like, it's a really early Chapo episode where they had an ANCAP person on to like debate him or whatever. And there's a reason why they didn't do that
surplus
afterwards.
labor once and for all. Oh, and by the way, despite the misleading graph you showed,
So again, as someone who understands that economic value is subjective and cannot be empirically measured, let me look at this empirical measurement of economic freedom.
Inequality goes down the more capitalist a country is.
Value the capitalist extract.
What is the measure of capitalism here? Economic inequality and economic freedom score. So the more free a thing is the more capitalist it is?
Down the more capitalist a country is.
Value the capitalist extracts for profit here is straight out theft.
Yeah,
I actually disagree. I don't like the moralism. Ironically, the point that other person made, where it's like, how can it be theft if the concept of personal property is predicated on a social system, is literally the point Marx makes about, like, the idea of theft and the idea of property is contingent upon the mode of production within a society. And the particular society, like, develops an idea of property based upon, like, in the capitalist context, it's based upon private property. And so theft only becomes a legible concept in relation to the capitalist idea of property. And so, private property is theft is a logical contradiction.
Doing work at a wage they voluntarily agreed to. Such
that is
theft.
Correct.
People believing in the system will likely argue here that wage labor is voluntarily, thus it's not theft.
Yeah, because...
Okay, I want to watch this one. I want to watch his takedown of Adam Smith. Because I searched this dude and then Adam Smith.
We're off to such a good start, aren't we?
It's so funny that this is the dude's fucking...
Hello, comrades. Today I'll be debunking some common capitalist arguments against the labor theory of value.
They're not capitalist arguments, they're economics arguments.
About me a little bit?
So, firstly, some basic information.
So
what is the labor theory of value?
Let's cover this properly. When early economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo were pondering how the prices of things were set, they came up with something called cost theory of value. The price of something is dependent on the cost of its inputs. Total up the cost of its inputs with...
So it's based on...
the tiny...
But what is price? I thought he said that price was subjective.
Bit more for some profit, and you get the price. The thing is, they knew their theory was incomplete. For example...
Yeah, and Marx completed
it. A gallon of water costs a lot more during a drought than it does during a rainy season. And even though water is more useful than diamonds still cost more. They understood this, but they had trouble formulating it.
Because it requires more labor to produce. To collect a certain amount of water in a drought requires far more, average human labor time to develop than when water is abundant.
It into an economic theory.
That's the Marxian. You can read Marx as, in a certain sense, socially necessary labor, yeah. Socially necessary abstract labor is the official. You can in a lot of ways view Marx's economics as like just left Ricardism.
They called this the paradox of value. Marx's labor theory of value is an even more simplistic and even more wrong version of cost theory of value, where the only
even more simplistic. The classic thing you do when you make something more simplistic is you add more variables.
Is labor, and Marx acknowledged none of the immense problems that economists of his time did. All of this was completely falsified and overturned by the marginalist revolution in the 1870s. It started when Karl Menger formulated marginal utility. The price of a good is relative to the value that the person would get out of the next unit produced, not the first.
True.
If there aren't that many units of water, then the price is high. But the more plentiful it is, the lower the value of the next unit.
Or the sort of neo-economists and the supply and demand stuff, which of course has been like an academic debate since then.
In other words, the lower the marginal utility and therefore the price. Then, in 1890, Alfred Marshall published the modern formulation of supply and demand theory, which completely debunked all forms of cost theory of value, including labor theory of value.
Which is why it's still
If you get a whole bunch of linen and you turn it into a coat, the coat is more valuable than the linen.
Is it? Even if you're living in the tropics and it's 95 degrees outside? In that case, it might be worth less than
you got his ass.
the original linen because it's more difficult.
Yes, because it's no longer socially necessary
to
labor.
make something more useful out of it. Value is
because socially necessary labor is dependent on use value.
Subjective. Marxists have to deny that up and down a blue streak because if they don't, their pathetic cult is absolutely destroyed. Value is based on utility. Someone in a colder climate will value a coat more than someone
also, yeah, he said value is subjective.
in a warmer climate because they get greater utility from a coat. Marxists completely ignore this vital aspect.
Now, the labour theory of value wasn't actually created by Marx. Marx expanded on it a lot, but he wasn't the inventor of it. It was actually created by Adam Smith, of all people.
No.
It's technically more Francis Bacon, but yeah.
Oh, he created cost theory of value. We just went over that.
Oh, you just haven't read Smith.
He considered,
I guess, yeah, that's why we...
all inputs, not just labor. In your analogy, he would have considered the linen...
But labor theory of value is fundamentally that labor adds value.
...itself to be one of the inputs. You morons don't.
And has been supported by...
He does... This is just an E1 character, isn't it? Price of value, two different things. This is literally an E1 character, an episode 1 character. It's fucking Branson in a voice. I swear to God. Okay, I won't subject you guys to this anymore. I've already watched too much of it. The funniest thing, yeah, it's Adam Smith. The funniest thing about a lot of this is like that a majority of the common misconceptions about Marx are like answered in the first 50 pages of Capital, which is like, oh, but if labor creates value, then why don't I just, if I work on something lazily for 7 hours, doesn't that produce 7 hours of labor? It's like, you got him. Marx did not think about that. That's not ingrained into Marx's. Okay, I'm sorry for watching that. We can watch a bit of this. I remember this.
Andy, what do you think of all this controversy over United using the police to beat the shit out of some guy and throw him off a plane that he paid for?
Greetings and mutual non-aggression.
Oh, wait, they're making fun of him. Okay.
Andy and Cap at your service.
Oh, no, this is a different thing. I'm thinking of something else.
And Cap way to deal with this situation is, well, first that the United had absolute property rights to even kill this doctor if they wanted to, as the plane was their property, and the moment that you walk onto somebody's property, you are living by their principles. Luckily, through the non-aggression principle, murders do not usually occur because it would not be mutually profitable for both parties. However, we do recognize that there is great statist overreach onto airplanes and even the purchase of tickets, as was the case with this incident. So, the anarcho-capitalist way to solve this problem is to make airplane tickets worth $300,000. But they're not a ticket to buy just a single ride on the airplane. It is you own the seat as you would a house. And with each successive ride, it increases in value as it would during real estate. So if you're a good passenger, the market value of your seat rises a good 10% year.
I'm thinking of the Walther interview, maybe. I don't know if that's like good for a stream. But like this was a long time ago.
To date with compounding interest, but then you turn it around, you sell it to another guy who wants to fly.
Oh no, it's something else. It's not the one where it's like a long time ago, like 4 years ago. I remember they had like a libertarian on to the pod, and it didn't. As with every capitalist debate socialist, it's just sort of unpleasant.
This way because now everyone is a homeowner,
and no one really gets anywhere.
There's no more assaults. And there's no age of consent because you're technically a baby.
Yeah, it's very funny. I like that again. Felix is a very funny person. Oh, maybe we can watch a bit of this, though. I remember this happening. Are we down for this chat? Or is there like a collection of the funniest parts of this? This was a while ago. I think there was some boomer who it's skullduggery is what it's called. One of these is like someone who participated in like Watergate, like he broke the story. It's like a year ago, yeah. Yeah, it is a year ago. Wow. What is his name? But basically his son liked Chapo, and so this like, you know, establishment lib or whatever, and he's like, oh well, Robert Redford, that's it. And his son likes Chapo or whatever, so he was like, oh, I'm gonna have Chapo and I'm gonna own them. I'm gonna show these kids who's boss. So they didn't expect. Matt and Virgil did not expect anything to like. They were like, "Oh, it's some dumb podcast, boomer podcast," and then it's immediately like a confrontative. I'm pronouncing that word wrong. I don't know why. Confrontative. Anyways.
So we are now joined by
confrontational. Am I just making up a word?
Virgil, Texas, and Matt Chrisman of Chapo Trap House. Welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us.
So there's so many
I am?
things
Okay.
I want to ask you, but can you please
It's a Canadian word.
Explain that name?
Well, it began because the show started as an informal discussion that me, my friend Will
It's a
Menaker,
word?
and Felix Peterman, all of whom met online, had via Google Hangouts, just ripping YouTube links off of for audio, not even knowing how to.
Is it in the dictionary? No, it isn't. It's
edit
in
them.
the free
And
dictionary.
so the first
but
episode
not in
we
the
did
paid
was
one.
really
so it's
just
fake.
a trial. And at the end of it, he jokingly said we should call it that, because of making it sound like a rap mixtape, you know, using hip hop lingo and whatever. And we all thought that was funny. And then it got really popular almost immediately, and we were essentially stuck with it.
Which
but
is very
we're all
funny.
kind of glad, as much as it is kind of nonsensical and silly, we're really glad we didn't think too hard about it, because then it would be something like the Politics Boys with a Z or something very even more embarrassing.
Do you
than
understand
this.
his explanation?
Not really. Okay, look, Chapo, is that a reference to El Chapo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and how does that fit in with your
What's a
overall...
trap house?
Trap house is where you get drugs. So I'm
It
told.
doesn't.
That's. I mean, obviously, it's sort of the ironic.
So is this a
counterpoint.
drug
We're a bunch
thing?
So you can they're trying to like own, and they were just totally caught off guard by this.
Well, the idea, yeah, it's like the
Are you
name
promoting the drug culture? Is that the
well,
point
always.
of Chapo Trap
we're
House?
fine with drugs in all their forms, but
Right.
just
Okay.
the contrast
Isikoff
between
wanted
a
to
bunch
start
of,
with a point of consensus, right?
the contrast between a bunch of
now
dorks talking about
This
politics.
feels very Frost Nixon right now. Just about our. This is the hardest anyone's got at us on our name.
But no, it's like
we're just
an
getting
ironic,
started.
an ironic counterpoint between
fucking.
you know a name that sounds like a hip hop mixtape or something, and then a bunch of squeaky voice nerds talking about politics.
Okay, so look, we're talking here in the second week of January in the aftermath of the news that President Trump
It does sound like Matt's on an episode 1 episode,
has
yeah.
taken out Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Revolutionary Guard Quds Force.
A far greater international crime than whatever calling for the January 6th protest, by the way.
Are you guys celebrating the death of this enemy of America?
I'm not.
Virgil?
I'm not either. I've been disassociating since the news, and I'm just now kind of putting myself back together.
No, it seems like a disaster and horrible in every way. Very bad. Folks, we don't like to see it.
Yeah, because I want to tease out your thinking here a little bit.
Well, I mean, we shouldn't be there, I think, is our like easy sort of slug answer. Is that the United States presence in the Middle East as this attempt to be, the arbiter of whatever is actually
I'll make it
only
go
at every
quicker.
point makes things worse,
'Cause
makes
I realize
things
how
more
long
fraught.
it is.
And then
We don't have to watch all of it.
To explain the chaos we create, decide to blame people actually in the region, like Iran, for destabilization that is all of it comes directly from U.S. intervention. And so the idea that we're going to make anything safer by deepening military actions in the Middle East and doing something as radically destabilizing as attack the top military officer and diplomat for one of the biggest countries in the region is horrifying.
Do you think that that the United States is the main destabilizing presence in the Middle East? I mean, obviously the Iraq War.
Objectively
a lot of people think
speaking,
had that
yes.
effect. And how would you assess Iran as a destabilizing force?
I mean, they're responding. That's the thing that I can't get over is the idea every opportunity that Iran has taken to infiltrate themselves into countries from Iraq to Syria. None of these are all vacuums created by American military action and occupation and the chaos unleashed by that. And they actually live there. And it seems insane to me to be condemning a country for trying to stabilize their neighbors on their own terms, because who wouldn't do that when we are insisting on dictating the terms in the Middle East from 5,000 miles away.
So just one follow-up question on that. So do you think that Iran has the right to pursue a nuclear weapon?
I think, honestly, they have
Give them 2. Give them 3.
responsibility.
Heck, give them 5.
To pursue and acquire a nuclear weapon. Because at this point, it should be pretty clear that the only guarantee against the U.S. military aggression is if you have a nuke.
Yep.
So they should get one as soon as they can.
Well, I don't think that's a position that your candidate for president, Bernie Sanders, actually endorses.
No,
okay. Virgil, you're curiously silent through all this discussion.
I was told this would be easy.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Matt.
You were misinformed.
Matt was a perfectly cromulent answer from Matt, but let me also answer this way. Assessing what is an extrajudicial assassination, assessing whether this is a good or bad thing, I think you have to look at the person who conducted it, and one of the more horrifying things I've seen in the past few days was the president's explicit threat to bomb 52 military targets, cultural centers, places within the borders of Iran. Threatening and I would say an apocalyptic war crime. And I think that policy, which includes things like extrajudicial assassination, is a deep moral stain on all of us as Americans.
And you would include Obama's drone war as well as part of that.
Yes, I mean that's
you consider all of those extrajudicial assassinations.
Yes, I mean that is central.
Yeah, this is an E1 episode. E1 is a very funny podcast, where basically every episode is a new bit of another them doing characters of a fake podcast, and it's the episode 1 of the fake podcast.
What I would call
the Joe Biden episode is so fucking funny. It's 3 people doing Biden impressions to each other.
Critique that is to what we are calling the left.
It's mind-numbing.
Right.
This amorphous group that sits to the left of the Democratic Party and is largely.
Oh yeah, Felix's Biden impression is incredible.
First and foremost, to get rid of the guy you just suggested is a war criminal.
We don't have to watch all
Shouldn't
this.
the first priority be not electing Bernie Sanders, but electing a Democrat or nominating a Democrat who can beat Trump?
Well, first of all, I reject your premise right there.
Okay.
When
she's elected,
but you don't know.
You cite one.
We cite polls.
Sure.
Right.
You cited a poll.
Right.
One Mason-Dixon poll, which, as I understand it, is an outlier from the past year of hypothetical matchups.
It's so funny how different American politics were.
Biden versus Trump, Sanders versus Trump.
All of this of even you cited the polls as something that's
consistently. I will concede that Biden generally does the best here in these matchups, which generally is maybe 4 or 5 points in the popular vote ahead. We can haggle over how much that is. But consistently, Bernie does second best in all of these matchups. Bernie, a guy who is a democratic socialist. You want to talk about someone who would do badly if we're only looking at hypothetical general election polls. It's Pete Buttigieg, it's Elizabeth Warren, it's Amy Klobuchar, it's the rest.
Yeah, Biden and Bernie are head and shoulders above any other Democrats in head-to-heads against Trump. A lot of that is name recognition, which should tell you that head-to-head matchups a year ahead of the poll of the election might not be that meaningful.
Right.
And if they're close, and they're close, I'm sorry. I mean, this is literally the first time I've heard of this. You're talking about two states, which, by the way, wouldn't have to win.
Pretty key states.
Well, he can win without Florida. If he wins Ohio in the Midwest, where Bernie would
it's so great that Biden was leading in Florida.
Polls stronger than.
Anyways, I realize this is longer than I remember it being. Is there also, sadly, the Felix Biederman going on Pod Save America is a lost episode of that podcast. They did not release it. I believe that at some point Felix said that, although that's maybe I shouldn't even repeat that on maybe I shouldn't repeat that on Twitch actually. What was the thing that Felix said? It was in relation to Iran and nukes. That's what I'll say. He said beyond that Iran should have a nuke. I think it was something more than that. But yeah, that's basically the position he held. And they did not include it. They just ignored. They did not include it in the episode. Which is very funny. Anyways. Was it just that we should give Iran a nuke? I think he said something that was hyperbole. Okay, we can move on with these videos though. What do we want to watch? Maybe it was just that it was a moral imperative that Iran gets a nuke or whatever. Anyways, yeah, it's very funny that they didn't include it. Also, what is it? One of the Pod Save Johns said that Trump calling for a protest on the Capitol is like one of the worst things that any president has done in America. Really good stuff. Incredible stuff, guys. No, the worst thing that they've ever done. Worst, yeah. What is it? 5 people dead. The American temple of democracy desecrated. Incredible. Anyways, they defiled the temple. That's the worst thing you can do. I'll probably call it quits here. I'm sort of tired. There's 4 hours. That's long enough. Here's my Discord if you want. It'll ping you when I go live. And then if you want more, I have a podcast on like SoundCloud and Spotify and all that, just called Live Posting. And then the bonus episodes are on Patreon for $2 a month. And there's a couple of them on there for just $2. Low energy Live, extremely low energy. I've slandered Trump too many times that he's sapped my energy from me. Yeah, so new schedule again. I was streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday. I will be on the QAnon Anonymous stream tomorrow. So see me there on this Twitch. Who's live? Who's streaming right now? I can raid Will. Will, not friend of the stream. He's just playing some Rust, you know. Okay. I'll see you guys later.